Oh, where is it? Lights activate. Haha, there we go. What's up, guys? How's it going? Hey, Juby. How are we today, everybody? We've got Supertonic now officially with control over the lights. Hi, hello, greetings. How are we? Oh, I also need to hang on a second. We're not even fully ready. Not a great morning. Yeah, with massive latency. I know, right? Oh my goodness, we've barely been live for 20 seconds and we've already got a follow. Hey, thank you so much, Doliano. I appreciate it. How's it going? Welcome, guys. How is everybody doing? I'm doing very, very well today. If that is a link for a track for... Oh, Transponder! Oh my god! What's up, buddy? Doliano, if that is a track for feedback, I'd be happy to take a look at it. I'm doing good. Go ahead and do exclamation point feedback for me. That will, as a chat command, and that will get you a link to a little Google form. If you don't mind just filling that out for me real quick.
Doliano wants
feedback
on their song.
If you, just fill out that form for me real quick. It just tells me a little bit more about you, your song, what you're looking for feedback on, all that kind of stuff. Helps me out a little bit. And gets you a review. And then let me know in chat on Twitch when you have filled that out. Transponder, look at my Discord. I am looking at my Discord. What is this? Skylar Grey, Eli Remix Competitions. Oh! Ooh, very exciting. Congratulations, man. That's very cool. DJ Transponder is getting some label interest in his remix. Also, I will do this for you right now. Super, whatever this token thing is. I'm clicking go. Clicking go. I clicked on the thing that you sent me, Super. Hopefully that helps. Sorry, we have some technical things going on in the background of stream here today, guys. So it's not going to work. Okay, never mind then. In any case, it's Feedback Monday, guys. We have been traditionally doing Feedback Friday. But I noticed that, honestly, stream on Monday is better attended. Feedback Monday, yes, it's true. Like the last 3 or 4 Mondays in a row have been the best streams I have ever done in terms of, congrats, Transponder. That's very, very cool. The last 3 or 4 Mondays have been like the best streams in the history of me streaming. It just seems like more people are on Mondays and hanging out and stuff. I would have figured it would have been Fridays, but I guess everybody's out, partying and making music on Fridays or something. Excuse me, goodness. So we are going to, we're going to start doing feedback on Mondays instead. I mean, we do feedback every day, but we, in terms of our feedback dedicated stream. And I'm also, my next game client, this fantasy thing that I have been talking about for, most of last week, they have still not sent me files to get started on that. So we're also still kind of in between projects at the moment, as I'm waiting for files to start on that. I have a meeting with an artist that we might start doing. We might start doing a record with after stream today, and then we have, what else do we have? Salvage. I'm still waiting for feedback on the last track for Salvage. What did I think of Protostar's Friday stream? It was neat. I was considering strongly sending in a track for his beat battle. I just do not make the kind of music that his crowd is going to find interesting, and especially because he only plays like a minute or 90 seconds of the beginning of each track. I was like scrambling through everything I've ever made, and I'm like, is there anything that I feel like hits well enough in 90 seconds that it could be a contender here? And the answer to that question was a genuine no. I do think it would be really fun to try to write something for the express purpose of going and submitting it in one of his beat battles. I think that would be really fun because it's so much like future bass and bass house and drum and bass and stuff that I love, but stuff that I just generally don't produce much of. And I would kind of love an excuse to, like, I've never, pulled up crazy, like, serum or vital base patches and done a bunch of, like, mastered something that hot and crazy. So I think it would be kind of fun to do that just as a technical exercise and then go submit it to Proto for a beat battle and see how it does. The Darkseid, right? Exactly. But yeah, that's it was very, very cool though. It was really interesting to see what everybody submits there and how many insane, crazy producers he's got going on. But anyways, yeah. I also just want to reach out to him. Do you know Transponder, does he have a Discord? I'm sure he does, because I'd love to just reach out to him. When we started that, we went full tracks, but it took way too long. Yeah, exactly. And it makes perfect sense. It's not a complaint. I was just like, I didn't have anything like ready to go, and even some of the heavier stuff that I've done, like the Ares soundtrack, standalone as a game soundtrack, it's super cool. But when you put it up against like the stuff that you do, Transponder, it just there's no world in which it competes. Just mix wise and intensity wise and all that stuff. Because you guys go way harder than I would ever go for like a game soundtrack. Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm momentarily distracted by Trent here. But in any case, we already have one feedback. What's up, Anti-Jerks? How's it going? We already have one piece in here for feedback from Doliano, new friend of the channel. So we can get started with that. Doliano, I think you had posted it originally in chat. Let me go grab that here. And let's jump over and let's get into doing some feedback. If anybody else is interested in, yes, Toast is here. Toast is right. You can see Toast's butt right there. He's wandering around. What's up, buddy? Toast does know what music is. He's very vocal. He's very lyrical. He loves to sing. No, let's go ahead and jump over and get into some feedback. If anybody else wants feedback, you guys know the drill. ! Feedback is the chat command. We will that will get you in queue. It just gets you a link to a little Google Drive form if you don't mind filling out for me real quick. Tells me a little bit more about you, the track, all that good stuff. But we will kick things off here with Doliano. Play drums and piano. Very good. I love it. Me too. Working at BandLab. Okay. What are you looking for feedback on? Production style, mix, master, songwriting. Very good. And then delivery cadence. Interesting. Anything else I should know about your song? Explicit. Okay. So depending on how explicit it gets, I may pause it. We will see. If it's not too bad, I don't, if it's just, fuck or whatever, that's fine. But if it's what I would consider extreme messaging, then we might have to bypass it. But
shit twisted. Thought you had a friend. I'm a player and I know bitch ass nigga. I get big cash nigga. On you bitch ass niggas. Choke a nigga like I'm Homer. Ain't no simp ass nigga. Lil Ferris Bueller shit've never fucking ditch class nigga. Keep your head in them books and your eye on the prize. Better straighten your mind for you. Ever think twice. I'ma teach you the game. No handbook is required. Only mental wisdom needs to be applied. Fucking flunky dummy. Summertime. Windows up. Tense on. All that. The upkeep of your life reflects your bitch. You better ball back. You a messy nigga with a messy hoe, so fall back. I'ma batter up with a bitch and a ball cap. Never strike out, I'm going home. Mid-time, go hard or go home. I'm running home to my mic. Base to base, plate to plate, I'm on fourth with a vibe. And if a nigga wants some smoke, he end up dead, flatlined. End of discussion, but since we on topic, let's get to it. Shot about too many choppers, how many bullets you want through you? Say you gon' kill, what nigga do it? You ain't shot shit, you ain't been through it. I was a badass kid with a gun like Stewie. Fuck around and rob a ratatouille. Get your clean cut, brain split, Bobcat Toolery. I'm in hemorrhage to bowling my whole life, so ain't no fooling me. I chopped hard as a shorty, they think I did it for jewelry. Remember life is you versus you, nigga ain't no you and me. Eulogies. Thought you had a friend. I'm a player, not
Doliano, I assume, are you, did you build the beat yourself as well? Or are you just rapping on this?
bitch ass nigga. I get big cash nigga. On you bitch ass niggas. Choke a nigga like I'm Homer. Ain't no simp ass nigga. Lil Ferris Bueller should've never fucking ditch class nigga. Keep your head in them books and your eye on the prize better. Straighten your mind for you. Ever think twice. I'm
This rapper, okay, cool.
teach you the game. No handbook is required. Only mental wisdom
That's okay, Ante.
needs to be applied. Fucking flunky dummy. Summertime, windows up, tense on, all that. The upkeep of your life reflects your bitch. You better ball back. You a messy nigga with a messy hoe, so fall back. I'ma batter up with a bitch and a ball cap.
All right. Did you mix it, Doliano? I'm assuming you got the beat from somewhere. Then did you mix it yourself? Just so I can tailor my feedback appropriately. Yeah. Okay. Awesome. So let me check one thing here real quick that I wasn't looking at. Okay. Cool. So nice job overall. It's a good groove. I like the beat that you chose a lot. It's very atmospheric and very moody. You asked specifically about your delivery cadence. You have a really good natural rhythm with your voice, which you don't hear from a ton of I would say lesser known or newer rappers. Not assuming that you're new necessarily. There's something in your flow that reminds me a lot of Run the Jewels, which I love. Oh, Andy Loudpack, what's up, buddy? Thank you so much for the follow, and thanks for tuning in. I appreciate it. Damn chair. My chair always does that. I'm so sick of it. But yeah, there's something in your delivery that reminds me of I can't remember the two dudes in Run the Jewels, but one of the two of them, which I love Run the Jewels. So it's very, very good. Mix wise, I think your voice sounds excellent. I think it sounds really tight. I think that there is room. I think there's room for more like vocal production if you want more in that, the sort of like ad lib thing, right? Where you're pitching stuff down, you're making stuff really wide in the stereo image, you're introducing like saturation and distortion on certain words. All that kind of stuff, I feel like you have more room to do as just like a classic, dry, kind of more old school rap vocal. It sounds really nice. It's really present. It's placed really well in the mix. It's really upfront. I can hear everything you're saying really clearly. That's all excellent. And the EQ on your voice is really nice. It's not harsh. It's not too like boomy or woofy or anything. But I think you could get, if you wanted to,
Andy Loudpack wants feedback on their song.
Yeah, Andy, if you there's a link there for a little Google form if you don't mind filling that out for me real quick. Just tells me more about you, your track, what you're looking for feedback on specifically, and we will get to it in just a moment here. But yeah, as a kind of classic straight up rack vocal, it's really good. I just think there's more room for getting creative in like the vocal production and adding some ear candy and some kind of flavor there if you wanted. If you're happy with where it's at, then I think I don't think it needs it necessarily, but I know that's kind of that's the vibe nowadays, is a lot of that kind of stuff. Sounds good, Juby. Absolutely. Yeah, the mix doesn't sound too terribly compressed overall, which is good, like on the master. I mean, yeah, overall, nice job. It's a cool tune. And I think, the main thing you were asking about, again, is that delivery cadence. I think it's excellent. I think you've got really good natural flow. So you're in good shape there. Yeah, overall, those would be my thoughts for you. It's nice, man. It's very cool. So yeah, thank you for sharing. I appreciate it. It's a good track to get us started. What? My cat is losing his mind, guys. What do you want from me, Toast? He's just wandering around my feet screaming. I don't understand what he wants. But who knows what cats want ever? I mean, if we're being honest. You think I've reached your full potential vocally? Yes, Juby, that is exactly the music that Toast does, is wandering around meowing. Full potential musically, or vocally rather, is That's an odd way to phrase the question. I don't know if anyone can ever read like full potential is. I wouldn't look at it that way, I guess is what I would say. I've worked with a lot of vocalists over the years, and almost more than any other instrument, simply because it is an organic instrument that grows and changes with you as you age. I think I wouldn't look at it as a treat for the cat, of course. Well, he's very excited now. Look at him. He knows what's up. Boom. I wouldn't look. Thank you, transponder. I wouldn't look at it as like your full potential, like you're going to wake up one day and go, cool, I can never be better than I am right now at rapping or at singing. It is something that will change with you as you age. Your style will change. Your tone will change. The way that you approach and, enunciate will change. The kinds of stuff that you are listening to and that you want to produce will change. I think your vocal is really good. I think that your natural sense of time is good. I like there's moments in your performance where you're really on the beat. And then there's moments where you're like, I think that's where I'm getting the Run the Jewels thing, is they have a way of like, everything is kind of late and laid back until it gets to a moment of emphasis on a particular lyric, and then they bring it back into where it's really locked in with the drums. You've got that going on, which is really cool. But I wouldn't ever look at it as a potential thing, or like as a thing of like, oh, there will be a day where I'm like done getting good at this, and I'm just good now. That's not really how it works, whether it's, comes to singing or playing an instrument or mixing or producing a track or driving a car or, acting or whatever. It's still have to post chat. Can I sub to your YouTube? Not on my personal account here, because I try to keep that pretty clean and organized. But I would encourage anybody else who is into the track, go check it out. Eulogies, and I'm sure some other folks would be down to throw you a sub. But anyways, yeah, I wouldn't. I wouldn't. I would look at it more as a journey, at the risk of sounding kind of cheesy. Like, the way I think of it is like, I am as good of a mix engineer, for instance, as the last mix that I did, and I can always learn to do a better one tomorrow. And there are always going to be ones that I have done in the past that I love, and there's always going to be ones that I've done in the past that I don't love, and there's going to be ones in the future that I will do that I won't love. And there's going to be ones that I do in the future that I will love. And there's always more stuff to learn and always more stuff to practice, always more stuff to try. And new genres to explore and new ideas to experiment with and all this kind of stuff, right? Faster tunes, slower tunes in different styles. So yeah, I wouldn't look at it as a thing of potential. I would look at it as, this is a great track, and it's a really, really strong vocal performance. And that is what it is. So, but thank you again for sharing. I appreciate it, man. It's very neat. Yeah, of course. My pleasure, man. Okay, let's keep cooking here. Up next, we've got Anti-Jerks. It's a good question, though, Doliano, in terms of just the potential thing. I like that as a conversation, because I think it's easy for people to think in terms of that, but that like there's going to be a, hey, Rodrigo, how's it going? Welcome in. I've been full-time doing music production and composing and mixing and performing and all this stuff for 15 years. The more I do it and the more work I get and the more records I work on, the more I realize I don't know anything. And I always have more room to grow. So, I always have new shit that I'm learning about. Even here on Twitch from chat, we constantly have great conversations and people turn me on to new ideas, new techniques, new artists, new all kinds of different things. Thank you, Birdland. So we're never done like growing and learning and evolving, you know. Otrapic, how's it going? Welcome in, friend. Anyways, it's a good conversation though. All right, Anti-Jerks, a friend of the channel, very much so. Working in Ableton, looking at production and songwriting vibes. Always love hearing a new Anti-Jerks track. Excellent ambience, Anti-Jerks. Kababas and Kahama over on the YouTube side. What's up,
feedback
guys?
On their song.
Hatecore, goodness, how's it going? Welcome in. There's a link there to a Google Drive form that you just got in chat there, Hatecore. If you don't mind, what's up, man? Good to see you. Thanks for tuning in. If you don't mind filling that out for me real quick, it just tells me a little bit more about you, about your track, what you're looking for feedback on, all that kind of stuff, and then let me know in chat when you've done so, and we will get to you shortly. I think you'll be third in the queue right now. This is really nice. This is very different than the stuff I'm used to hearing from you guys, Anti. I like it a lot. It's really chill. I agree with 100%. It's really chill. It's really atmospheric. I think it's in really good shape overall. I think, yeah, like mix isn't too terribly, over compressed or anything. The mix balance sounds really, really nice. I would love to hear, you could lean a little bit more, for sure. I gotcha. You could lean a little bit, more into the atmospherics, like the thing, and I just started doing it just to figure out what key we were in. But I was like, oh, that's actually a really nice texture in there. Like you've got the high flute, kind of, mellotronish, flutish kind of a vibe, hanging out, and then you've got like obviously the beat, the bass sound. That was one thing I was going to comment on. Is a little low and I can't really hear what it's doing. Like I can tell there's a bass, subby bass element of some kind down in there. But I don't know exactly what it is because it's, I think maybe a little quiet and it's a little bit just like something about the sound is making it, what's up, Jerry? Is making it a little bit indistinct, but something more mid-rangey and more like, even if you added like a big verb to it, I do think like a Rhodesy EP-ish kind of a sound with a big reverb, which I conveniently enough just is one of my default sounds that I have pulled up here. What's up, Reggie? Something in this register. And you could lean into some more complex chord voicings. Like the root of what you're doing chord-wise is basically just like F minor and then like C minor, essentially, which is great. But if you, like we've talked about chord extensions all the time, right? If you lean more into those upper extensions, like those in particular are minor 9 voicings. There's your minor triad. We're absolutely theory nerds, Haycore. Very much so. Minor 9s or even minor 11s. Mr. Big Pop, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it. YouTube chat's getting real interesting. Some minor 9 voicings, some minor 11 voicings, stuff like that. That's a little bit more ambiguous through a big verb. I think would really fit the bill here. Rhodes-ish, EP-ish kind of a sound. And then working on making that bass synth a little bit more distinct. I think the drums are really nice. And you've got that real cool woo, 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 that's like going through what sounds like a tape delay. Throw other stuff in the mix into that tape delay. Thanks, Mr. Big Pop. I appreciate it. I'm hooked to that scale view in Ableton. I need to get away from that, for sure. I feel you. It's they're handy tools. Yes, I believe, Andy, you are up next. I believe so. But yeah, you've got that really cool tape delay sound on that kind of wobbly synth, for lack of a better term. Try throwing your drums or your snare or something else like that through that tape delay as well. And I think that would help add a lot of like texture and interest here as well, and kind of like ear candy stuff. If you like, say, take your snare drum or maybe your snare and your toppers on your kit or on your beat and set up a delay throw. And if you have that delay sound on a specific instrument, put it on a send so that you can send different elements of your track to that delay. It's a very cool way to like kind of meld the elements of your track together. And also it's like a very great shortcut to be able to quickly get really cool ear candy going on, because you just set up one really good delay throw, right? Which is like a send track in your session with a delay on it, with a good setting that works well. And then you can just take, instead of adding a bunch of delays to things, you just have one place and then you just automate a send from each track and go, cool, I'm going to send all of my drums into the delay for a second. Oh, I'm going to send the flute thing into the delay for a second. Like, all that kind of stuff. Delay throws are extremely handy and a really great, yes, Hatecore, one track per person. At least at the beginning, if we're hanging out and nobody's really submitting, then sometimes I'll listen to multiple, but for right now it is one track per person, per day, which I stream Monday through Friday starting at 2 p.m. And we always do a little bit of feedback for people at the beginning of every stream. So if you want to share, I definitely want to hear tons of stuff from everybody. But you would be more than welcome to come back tomorrow or Wednesday or Thursday, or I do Monday through Friday every day, 2 p.m. Eastern time in the US is when we start stream. Most of what my stream is about is doing commissioned client work. So I do video game scoring, I do artist production, I do, this is my full-time job is music production, and has been for 15 years now. So that's mostly what stream is about, is doing like paid, commission client work. And I talk about my process and the plugins that I use, how I write, music theory, production, mixing, mastering, all this kind of stuff. That's most of what my stream is about during the week, but these feedback streams are increasingly popular and super fun. Anyways, but yeah, there's some ideas for you, Anti. I think the track is in a really nice spot, and I love that you guys are. I mean, I always enjoy what you guys do, but this in particular is a very cool direction. I really like it. Oh, thank you, Transponder. I appreciate it. Indeed. Oh, Infested, how's it going? What's up? Man, we got the whole crew in here today. I love it. Okay, let's thank you very much for sharing, Anti. I appreciate it. Let's keep cooking here. There's your double submission. Very good. Up next is going to be Andy, Loud Pack. After that, Hatecore, followed by Areji. Nice little lineup. Nice little lineup here. Okay, Andy, posting in the Discord. Very good. Good to know. He played piano and trombone. Very cool. Working in FL Studio. Feedback on more or less everything. Made it this morning. It's not finished. Excellent. Duly noted. Let's check it out. This isn't my style of music normally. I just wanted to try something new. Okay. I love it. So this is playing in Discord, so you guys won't see anything on screen.
Loud Pack. Slick Rick, two-tone, skelly on my wrist. Getting search school, the stick look like a witch. You should think she call me handsome. What's the point of me having a crib if you not living in the mansion? Pray to God when she gon' slide, she gon' bless me like a rabbit. Give a fuck if that's your bitch. We gon' make her move, she like 11. If I ever shot some niggas, whole hood gon' know what happened. Bullet stuck, he think he tough just cause he rapping. He a mansion, treat my money just like Legos, keep it stacking. Lock with the switches, sound like boom, Harris stutter. If you ain't thumbing through a bow, fuck you doing this, be a plumber. Say time cool around with the members.
Yeah, seriously, Jimmy. Interesting. All right. Yes, very old school, very like early aughts. It's cool. It's a good. Did you do the beat as well, or are you just rapping on this? Overall, it's good. I think the mix is a little hot. I can hear some clipping in a couple of spots, so I would check that. In terms of like vocal delivery and stuff, I feel like you're rushing a fair amount with your vocals. Ahead of where the beat's at a little bit. So I would maybe work on that or pay attention to that a little bit. It's very easy to do, especially when you're trying to give a really energetic performance. Clipping is intentional for this kind of sound. or I think Rush vocal is also intentional. I mean, quite possibly there would be. Andy can let us know if that was the intention. Usually, I mean, yeah, I'm kind of the wrong guy to ask in a lot of ways, because when I hear clipping like that, I hear it as clipping. I know there's certain styles, like if you want to talk about like funk or like certain style, subgenres of like future bass and, modern EDM and all this stuff, where a certain amount of clipping is expected. It rarely sounds good to my ears. That is just me. I'm more of an old school producer. I'm more of an old school mix engineer. I come more from the rock world than anything else. I mean, with your username, HeyCore, that is, I mean, we will see. I like and appreciate everything, so it's not a it's not like I'm going to sit here and be like, oh, it's bad. I'm just, there are observations. And if it's intentional, then, and it's communicating the message and you've gotten the sound that you want to get out of it, then that's what's important. It takes knowing the rules and knowing how to break them. I mean, yeah, I think that's very true, Juby. I think it's very true. But yeah, the way that it comes across to me is there's a little bit of clipping and the vocals feel a little bit rushed in spots. If that's what you're after, then you accomplish that. I usually, especially with stuff like this that is going for more of an old school vibe, I would want to hear the vocals a little bit more on the back of the beat or more, lined up with where the drums are landing. And it's what I was going to say originally is it's an easy thing when you're trying to give a really energetic vocal performance. I've worked with plenty of singers and rappers in the studio tracking. And when you're trying to be really energetic and get like a vibe, you can definitely, you can get a little excited and kind of start pushing ahead of the beat a little bit. It's very easy. So just always keeping in mind when you are in front of the mic and when you're actually tracking stuff, just trying to be as relaxed as possible, trying to keep that in mind, at least internally. It is possible to be really relaxed internally and still giving a good high energy performance. It's tricky and it takes some practice. Yeah, anyways, those would be my two, just especially as a work in progress, those would be kind of my two thoughts for you. I think like the EQ and the mix on the vocals sounds pretty solid. I wouldn't necessarily change a ton there. And for it being like an early work in progress track, I think the mix is in a pretty decent spot. But yeah, just be careful with your master, a little bit of clipping, and then, just keeping in mind being a little more relaxed, I think, on the vocal performance will line things up a little bit more. But thank you for sharing, Andy. Very, very cool. I appreciate it. Everything should always remember that when you submit something to anyone, it is subject to taste. Oh, absolutely. 1000%. Never argue with Nathan. He's top 1% undefeated. No, no, I am one guy. I am one producer. I am one engineer.
Nothing that I say is wants feedback on their song.
Nothing that I say is gospel. I posted a song here that I'm very proud of, and only gotten bad reviews on, but on this channel, it was very appreciated. Oh, well, neat. Thank you, Infested. What's up, Soft Turn? Welcome in. Play some of your songs for us. Oh, Lord. Which one? I mean, sure, why not? We could pull up something to listen to real quick. We're doing Soft Turn. What's going on today is we're doing it's Feedback Monday. So we're mostly just doing feedback on other people's tracks. So other producers and singers and songwriters and rappers and stuff are submitting tracks that they are currently working on for me to sort of critique, give feedback, give constructive ideas on from my perspective as a professional music producer, mix engineer, all that kind of stuff. But if you want to hear something that I've made, I will happily oblige you. 1 second here. Let's jump over here real quick, actually. Because I gotta go open and look for something. But hey, Core, we'll get to you in just a second. But we've had a request that I just can't deny here. What do you guys want to hear? I guess if you want to hear something, I've got most of my recent stuff has been game scores, so I can always do something from Ares. We'll do something from Ares. Why not? So this is a game called Ares VR that I wrote game music. Yeah, we'll check out Office from Ares. It's a good one. Jazz retro game music. Well, from the point and click game, yeah. No, we'll listen to something from Ares, which is a stealth action VR game that I did the score for about a year ago. The game's still in development. We're still waiting for it to ship. Yeah, I feel like with most of the folks who tune in, most of the people who tune in and do especially electronic stuff, enjoy Ares more than especially like the fantasy score or the other sci-fi scoring stuff that I've done, which takes a bit more patience. It's a bit more light. But yeah, so this game is, like I said, stealth action VR, very much a nod to Splinter Cell and Metal Gear Solid and, those kinds of games. This particular tune is called Office. So the game kind of has 4 areas of this CIA top secret research facility that your character's working your way through. We're all tech geeks at the end of the day. And this particular area is kind of the offices. So what I tried to do was do what we call diegetic sound design as a part of this score. So you'll hear, and I'll isolate it, a little bit of the groove, a portion of the groove is basically, I recorded like my printer printing out a document, tearing of paper, typing on a keyboard, clicking on a mouse, all sounds that you would hear at an office. And so I tried to work that into the groove of the track. And I think it came out pretty reasonably well. But yeah, this is Office from Ares. And then, hey, Core, we will absolutely chat about your question here in a second. The opening's very ambient. Ambient. It has a lot of ambiance. Oh, thank you guys. So that groove right there, that is the, oh, thank you. Thanks, Soft Turn. Appreciate it. Yeah, and I tried to pull in a lot of different, thanks, Infested. A lot of different influences. But this groove is this like diegetic sort of office groove situation that I'm talking about. So that's all essentially like office noises that I recorded. If I take all of the effects off of this, so that's all tearing paper. This is my, here, we turn on the compression. That's a printer printing a document, right? Then we have, that's clicking, that's typing, right? And then just distortion, saturation, etc. You know, for everyone over on the YouTube side who is offering up music, if you guys come over into the Twitch chat, we will absolutely take a look at your tracks, 100%. I appreciate you guys tuning in. Add a bunch of effects to it, and you get this really, really interesting sort of textural thing. And then you just marry that with like some more sort of traditional programming. Some like maracas and shakers and stuff, which I've got in my what I affectionately call my bag of tricks back there. Up. And it all kind of melds into just something that's a little bit more texturally interesting than your more run-of-the-mill groove might be. But yeah, this transition, Hatecore, this transition took me hours and hours to get right. There's a lot going on there. So we've got, thank you. That, which is Microfreak from Arturia. That's being doubled by the 8-string. And then there's actually no bass. Part of where that transition, oh, thank you. Part of where the transition hits really hard is that there's actually no bass. Most of all the tracks on this soundtrack have real bass. No, it's from a company called Agile, but very similar to Kiesel. Good eye. I would love to get a Kiesel Zeus at some point. But so most of the tracks on the soundtrack have real bass on them, which is all my 74 jazz bass back there. But there is no bass in the track prior to that, and then after that transition, the bass comes in. But it's a bunch of filter sweep automation. It's a bunch of just totally killing all of the reverb in the track all at once across every single channel, muting a lot of tracks, and then just little textural, like a reversed guitar sound. And then I've got a couple of these really textural sound effects hits, which that's like a bell. What's up, Roller Coaster? How's it going? That I have a tremolo on, and I'm automating the speed on the tremolo to go extremely fast to extremely slow. Like there's a snot load of automation across the whole session right at that point. Come here. So everything kind of blends together. Into just a very cool one drop moment that hits like a truck. And then this other kind of how much time did this whole project take? It's actually a really good question. Probably no more than I'd say 8 hours, probably start to finish. Sarah over on YouTube. I do not know Stray Kids. Yeah, I don't think any more than 8 hours. Usually, like I know the honestly 2 or 3 of those hours was literally just that one transition. The art of not overproducing. Can't really. Well, so here's the thing: when you are being excellent roller coaster, I'd love to hear it. When this is your job and you are being paid, and you have deadlines, and you have. I will have 2 or 3 or even 4 games.
The Roller Coaster wants feedback on their song.
Excellent. Very good. I can't wait, Roller Coaster. There's a couple of people in queue right now that we're going to get to in a second, but very, very good. What was I saying? Yeah, when you have deadlines and you have multiple projects in the studio, I might have 2 or 3 or 4 different games in at once that I'm working on. Excuse me. And then on top of that, maybe a record or 2 or a single to mix from somebody. And then I'm working on my own stuff for fun. And then I have stream and all this. It's like I try to, if a track takes me more than about 2 days to put together, we're in the danger zone. That's bad. And that's about 4-hour producing days. So yeah, if I go past 8 hours on a track, there better be a very, very good reason for it. And I usually find that the kind of really fine-grained, detailed, nitpicky stuff that you get into after 8 hours, or about that ballpark for me, yeah, it's not stuff that's going to really matter. It's not stuff that somebody who's playing this game, which by the way, when somebody is hearing the elements of this track, you want the music to make a vibe. They're not worried about the music. They're worried about running around blowing stuff up. What's up, Pollo? How's it going? Hola, ¿cómo estás, mi amigo? Yeah, it's all this little fine-grained detail stuff that is going to be not necessarily noticed by the end user, not necessarily noticed by the client or the game developer. It's stuff that you might look back on later and go, oh, I wish I had done X, Y, and Z, but that's not what matters because it's not up to me whether or not the track is good. It's up to my client. How do you get into this field as someone who lives in a country with no real game studios or production labels? Geographic location could not matter less these days. I will be honest with you there. It is completely what you do in terms of networking and connecting with people online. I have gotten all of my game work through Discord, through Reddit, through just knowing people, through Fiverr back when I had a Fiverr account. And in fact, relatively few of the developers that I have worked with are in the US. I have worked with developers in Canada, Italy, Greece, Spain, Latvia. I was working with a Southeast Asian developer for a little while, India. There are people absolutely everywhere doing stuff. Germany soon as well. Yeah, exactly. Nothing in Sweden? Wow. Not yet. Not unless you want to have me mix something infested, then I'll have worked with somebody in Sweden. No, I should show you guys the map on my Fiverr account. I've technically worked with people in like 80 something different countries, I think it is. Or maybe it's less than that, but it's a lot. It's a lot more than you think it is. What's your favorite track of all time, like from another artist? I could never possibly answer that. I would have a list of about 100 for you. Give me a genre and I can give you 5 artists that I like in that genre. Literally any genre. That's a much easier way for me to do it. There is no favorite track. Metal? Oh, Lord. Lamb of God. Okay. Hang on, guys. We'll do metal first. Metal, Lamb of God, Mastodon, Gojira is pretty solid. Strapping Young Lad is great. God, who else? I don't listen to a ton of metal. Animals as Leaders, sure. Drum and bass, Comics, Square Pusher, Aphex Twin has done a lot of drum and bass stuff. Drum and bass is honestly kind of tricky because I don't listen to a bunch of specific drum and bass artists. I more pull up playlists. But Comics is huge. Square Pusher, absolutely huge. Aphex, huge. Jojo Mayer and Nerve, not a traditional drum and bass artist, but they are phenomenal. Don't really do much stuff anymore, which is bummer. Animals as Leaders. So my brother-in-law was in a band with Matt Garska for a while, the drummer from Animals. House, I would say John Digweed, Carl Cox, Danny Tenaglia, a little more on the like techno side of things. Mistress Barbara, also a little more on the techno side of things. Really old Paul Oakenfold, back when he was an actual house DJ. I like a lot of very old school house stuff. What genre is Spangle? Yes. Noisia? I'm not familiar with Noisia, actually. Who else in house? Oh God, Saint Germain. More on the like loungy down tempo side. But Noisia's PJ. Okay, great. You gave all the underground picks and not Noisia. I mean, hey, I don't know what I don't know now. Okay, well, I'm gonna go listen to Noisia then. Again, look, you guys gotta remember, I've spent the last 20 years working. I don't actually have a ton of time to like listen to a ton of stuff. I've been making shit. But I have them jotted down. So I will, if they're good drum and bass, then I will absolutely love them. Comics is always the one that I go to. I fucking love Comics. Anyways, great questions though. That was fun. That was rapid fire. Let's get back to doing some feedback though. Enough about me. Enough. Okay. Who do we got? God, we got a bunch of people in queue. We got to cook. We got to keep cooking here. Okay. Who's the last one? Was Andy. That's right. Thank you again, Andy, for submitting. Okay. Hey, Core. Let's check out what you got going on. You play guitar. Excellent. We love it. Level 8 producer. Very good. Working in Ableton. Just started working in Ableton recently myself. It's bass music. Stank Face is the ultimate goal. Mainly looking for feedback on the mix and the master.
Cakeis 2309 wants feedback on their song.
Excellent. Thanks, Cakes. I appreciate it. We will definitely get to it. There's just a link there that you just got to a little Google form. If you don't mind filling that out for me, it just lets me know a little bit about what you're looking for in terms of feedback and what software you use, all that kind of stuff. It's a sound design festival. The sounds are all meticulously designed by me. I love to hear it. I will say, hey, Corey, if your track grooves hard enough, I might have to play drums on it. I should warn everybody of that. If I like something a lot, I play drums on it. Or just jam drums to it, rather. Hey, Cord, do you like Venetian snares? Because if you don't, you should. It's like fighting a cyborg 100 times the size of you with a sword. Hard agree. Excellent. Well-timed flashbang roller coaster. Okay. Phenomenal work, first of all. I know exactly how much... Oh, Jesus. Here we go. All right. It's gonna be flashbang o'clock here. We're just gonna close the eyes. I know exactly how much work it takes to get all of that stuff designed and lined up, and it's extremely impressive from that perspective. For it being at -4 LUFS, your mix is surprisingly clean. I would still, with how much work you do on your sound design, compress it less. I understand we want things loud nowadays. That's fine. I have changed my stance just even in the last month on the LUFS debate. When I started, it was everything should be -13 LUFS because that's what distribution standard is. That's how I worked for years. I understand that is no longer the case. -4 is like really, really a lot, even by SoundCloud standards. And you several stages of, oh no. Ads are lame. We hate ads. It's okay. We'll just vibe for 30 seconds or whatever it is. Yeah, unfortunately, we're waiting, baby. Absolutely. Back? Okay, Jerry's back. Get turbo, people. No, subscribe to me. That's what you should do. Oh. Thank you, Cakes. I appreciate the follow, man. Very kind of you. I have VPN. I usually don't get ads. Yeah, I also have heavy duty ad blockers, and they do not work on Twitch. I think it's because it's all embedded in the stream. It's not like a normal, like it's not loading a separate video necessarily. I think they're doing something where it's just baked into the raw feed that makes it kind of undetectable or unblockable. But in any case, where were we exactly? Compression. Yeah. So I don't like the way that I look at it. And this is just my opinion, is that if I spend an enormous amount of time doing sound design and getting the sounds where I want them, adding a ton of compression well, I wouldn't even say that because I definitely compress things really heavily all the time and I like it. I don't know. It's very cool. I'm not even going to, I have several stages of clipping and limiting and to get maximum loud as clean as possible. And you've definitely pulled that off. All the time on feedback, I get tracks that have been mastered to -6, -7, -5. and you can tell because there's like absolutely no transient definition to the kick. There's no, like, everything, it just sounds like a block. And there's no definition or sparkle or space to anything. That is not, like, you've done it very, very well in terms of it still being a really clean and really punchy mix with a lot of detail. So yeah, I'm just going to leave it at that. I'm not even going to talk about it anymore because it is a world in which I don't, it sounds wrong. It's just the modern sound, all bass music. So yeah. And that's what I get. And it can be done well. And I hear tracks like this that I think sound really good in spite of being done, or not even in spite of being done that way. They're just mixed well and mixed correctly, and then have smart mastering and, compression and limiting and saturation and stuff put on top of them, clipping. Then there are guys who just don't know, and their solution is to just be, 18 dB in the red on their master, and then put Sound Goodizer on it and put OTT on it at 100% and then bounce it and go, cool, we're fine. And it's like, yeah, it's at -2, and it also sounds like you recorded it through a cell phone with a broken, But that's not what you have going on here. So I'm not even going to. Oh, dude, some of the things people have come in here and talked about. I'm not even going to comment on it. What matters? Shoving your mix into Suno. We'll get you to buy. No, everything Suno puts out is like -12 or something really specific. But it's not -4. Yeah, exactly. And that OTT, the first time I ever pulled up OTT, I was like, what the fuck is going on? And then I realized, oh, you do it in parallel, of course. Anyways, Jerry had asked, what is a LUF? So LUF is an acronym. It's also called LKFS. And it's LUFS is the full acronym, LUFS, which is short for loudness under full scale, I think. And it's basically a way to measure the average perceived loudness of a track. And it's measured in the value that is negative decibels. It doesn't really matter why that is. It's kind of nerdy and complicated and has to do with the electrical engineering side of things and what unity gain is and all this kind of stuff. The main sound in the drop, that pluck is actually a mic static noise with 11 OTTs on it. Oh, I love that kind of shit. I do kind of that kind of shit all the time. I remember years ago, I figured out you could put L2 from Waves on something and just bury it at like -40 on the ceiling, and it would do the craziest distortion. I'm trying to tell you that a guy tried to validate using AI for his stems and arrangement, and that it helps him mix. What do you mean validate? Giga clipping. Yeah, for sure. No, but LUFS is just, it is the idea of the kind of taking a reading of the average perceived loudness, which is really important to know because especially when you're submitting stuff for distribution. So like if you finish an album and you go to put it on Spotify, YouTube, Apple Music, whatever, for people to listen to it, obviously it's in everyone's best interest to have most songs be roughly the same volume. So the vast majority of platforms, even if you go for it to be louder than this, will normalize all of the tracks to no Spotify, absolutely transponder. No Spotify. No one ever used Spotify for anything. Worst company in the world. Or one of them. But regardless of what platform it's on, it is in their best interest to have everything be at the same volume so that as you're listening through albums or playlists or whatever, you aren't getting served up a song that's suddenly like blowing your speakers apart. And then the next song after that is super quiet. You got to turn everything up. You can actually end up in situations where it can damage people's sound equipment and even their hearing if you're not careful. Yeah, that's what LUFs are. They're a number that we use to measure the average loudness of a song. To me, OTT just kind of sounds like heavy compression and a serious top end boost, and you can get that sound from intentional EQ and compression, of course, with side of phase distortion. We can get just by multiband processing the music. I mean, yeah, that's OTT is insane, and I think it's interesting that people pull up OTT now and they think, oh, that's that's heavy compression, because to me, it sounds insane. Like, to me, an 1176 on all buttons in is heavy compression, and that is nothing even close to what OTT does. Or like a distressor on nuke mode is heavy compression. Neither of those get anywhere close to what OTT does. It's crazy how intense OTT is. Anyway, hey, Gore, this track is it's a work of art, and I mean that in the truest sense of the word. Your sound design chops are fantastic. I hesitate to, even because I know like what you're going for. So
Rafter wants feedback on their song.
Rafter, excellent. Yeah, Rafter, thank you. There's a link there to a Google form if you don't mind filling that out for me real quick. Welcome back, Ochapik. It just lets me know a little bit more about your track and what you're looking for feedback on. We got a couple people in queue right now, but we will get to you. We will get to you shortly. I was not expecting you to even like it. No, I like damn near. I like as long as you are having fun and you believe in what you're doing, I like it. And if you like how the master sounds, that's what's important. That's really what it is at the end of the day. I think it's a bit too much, only because when you've got that much going on, it just takes away air and dimension from your sounds. And I feel like you have such excellent sound design chops that I want those to breathe a little bit more. And you got to keep in mind, compression and loudness are not the same thing. They are you can have a track that is nearly uncompressed that is at -4 LUFS. It's really hard to do. And you'd have to it'd be all synthesizers that just don't have much dynamic range. And then you can have a mix that is absolutely compressed to death and sounds terrible, and it's at -40. I mean, like, they're not, they're two different topics. But I think in your case, it's more the limiting and the clipping end of things. Because a limiter is a compressor, right? A limiter is just a stronger compressor. It's tasting, but to me, it adds the sound. The sub-slamming of the limiters works from a sound design perspective, for sure. And that's, it is part and parcel for the genre. So that's why I'm not I'm not saying it's too much. I'm saying if I were to sit down with this track, I would limit it less, because I think it would give me a sparkle and an ambiance and an air to the top end of things, particularly, that I think would be nice. That is entirely me. If you guys, I also understand liking that pumped, pushed, flattened sound as a texture as well. Like, there's no right or wrong answer. I heard that the sub is missing some low mid harmonic. Yeah, I'd agree with that. Like 400-ish, that region is pretty empty, not in a way where I'm like, oh, it's bad, just in a way where there's not much there. Right. Well, and there you go. It's all trade-offs, right? But no, it's crazy, man. It's neat. Would I necessarily listen to it on my own? It's not really my vibe. And the only other thing I was going to say is more from an arrangement perspective. I'm a drummer. I'm a bass player, so I like groove, and I could do with more of. I could do with more of that, and less of this. Personally, I would lean into beats and groove and less into just noise moments. That is purely me as well, though. That's why I asked if you like Venetian snares, because to me, Venetian snares is like 50% groove, 50% insane noise. And it's a vibe for sure. I couldn't just have 3 minutes of drop, though. You need setup. I mean, I mean, I just 3 minutes of groove. Wonder if you can ask Suno to make rhythm. I don't know if you can. No, please, nobody try. Anyways, thank you for sharing, Hatecore. It's sick. Great job on the sound design. It is out of my wheelhouse enough to where I'm like, all of these are just passing thoughts. But yeah, I really appreciate you sharing. It's super, super cool. And you clearly very much know what you're doing when it comes to sound design stuff. And that I love. So thank you, and very strong work. Yes, absolutely. No, thank you for sharing, man. I love hearing what people got going on. Up next, we have Ereji. Sorry, we got a little sidetracked on talking about loudness and all kinds of things there for a few minutes, but I appreciate you guys hanging out. Okay, Ereji, let's check out Feelings. Shout out to Supertonic on our lights today. Doing a great job. Are you doing true sidechaining here, Ereji, or like with a compressor, or are you using like an envelope shaper situation? Volume automation. Interesting. Indeed. Really nice. Really, really nice. Transponder, I agree on that point. A great reference for this next Kieran absolutely nails the style. If you haven't heard it, check it. Okay, cool. I agree, Transponder. I think the ducking is, the side chaining is a bit much because it's literally going to silence on pretty much every beat, which is, you have so much nice texture in the synths and everything, and they're really, really nice synth sounds, and you've chosen great sounds. Excuse me, but the constant going to silence breaks up the sounds in a way where it's like the whole time I'm listening to it, the whole time I was listening to it, The thing that I kept thinking is, I love these synth sounds, but I can't hear them. Because you're breaking all continuity in the sound. It's taking away from like it makes it a little bit, we can listen to it for a sec. It's just breaking it up in a way where it's like, it makes the sounds a little hard to understand. This is the reference that we're after for this particular track. Right. So that's really nice. That's very clean. But you'll hear the side chaining is not what's taking it to zero. The side chaining is the release and the just how those synths are setting up. Like the synth parts themselves are really going oh 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 oh. So it's, I don't know if they're automating the release and sustain and all that stuff on their envelopes on their synth. But if you listen to the vocal, or that little vocal sample, it's very present the whole time. It's ducking for sure, but it's not going to silence, which your whole track on every single beat is going totally and utterly dark for almost an entire 16th note. And it's like, it's cutting off parts of words. It's breaking up those synths in a way that I think is, just a little bit much. Anyways, I'm not trying to harp on it because it's not, it's not like everything. But that would be my biggest point of feedback is either, maybe set up a few different sidechain layers in different ways you could do... yes. Exactly. Ochpick. 100%. Yeah. Like you could sidechain certain synths more than others, by using a couple of different buses, and sending different elements of your mix to different buses and then setting up whether, whatever tool that you're using or automation or whatever you're doing on those buses and just sidechaining to varying degrees, which is a very slick way of working and gives you a lot more granular control over everything in your mix. Other than that, it's really, really nice. Your mix is really well balanced. It doesn't feel super overcompressed overall. I like all of the sounds that you've chosen. I like how you're treating the vocal a lot. I like the arrangement a lot. I like the chord progression. It's very melodic. There's cool little ear candy sound design moments in there. I mean, I might have slightly more notes for you if I heard a version with less of the sidechaining, because I could just hear a little bit more of what's going on. But for right now, that's I think the big takeaway, at least for me, and I think Transponder agrees with me. And Transponder is an amazing reference for mixes like this. He's exceptionally good at this kind of stuff. Just backing off and working a little more with that sidechaining so it's not so extreme. I think you'll have a mix that has a lot more vibe and space to it, which is funny because normally you think about sidechaining as giving things space, but okay, yeah, sure. There you go. Yeah, that's an interesting thought, Transponder. Just more like vocoder vocal chop stuff. Yeah, could be cool. Absolutely. But either way, Reggie, very nice job, and thank you very much for sharing. I appreciate it, man. It's very cool. I love hearing your stuff. Okay, we've got a few more people in queue here. Up next, we've got Juby. After that, just kind of let people know where things are at. Roller Coaster, followed by Cakes, followed by Rafter. So Juby, this is the Notes on Mix. This is your collab with Nosebora, dear friend of the channel. Both of you dear friends of the channels. So this is playing through Discord, so.
Getting lost in dial tones again. Was it something I said? Digital dope flooding my head, feeding my appetite, eyes turning red. This broken nose that I never will mend keeps me from seeing the world.
That's fine, Roller Coaster. We'll skip yours for now, and just let me know when you're ready to do it.
As it is. Oh, it is. Your mind is second, I swear you're fine. Who needs light when the world is blind? You like to hurt, your soul is mine. Crack the whip and submit, you swine. Disconnected from your
Juby, what compression are you using on his voice?
spine. Sever chords that fall online. Influence yourself this time. To make it stick, just make it rhyme.
Glue and Ableton, and is that the only compressor you have on it? Yeah, so Pick, this is the only one. Or this is the only one. That's what Juby just said. This was submitted a couple days ago. Okay, very cool. It's coming along really nicely, Juby. It sounds solid. I am going to show you exactly how I do Nose's vocals, because we just did a track for Nose. And I will show you, how I do his vocals with Silk now, but I will show you, same guy as Future House? No. This is an artist called Nosebora, who I've done some, we just did this tune called What's Left. He's a rock singer-songwriter. And he and I have been working on a record together for the last couple of months, and continuing to work on it. It's awesome. But he does mostly post-punky, rock. I'm doing some more electronic stuff, or kind of pulling him more in that direction a little bit, but he's excellent. But Juby, I think overall the mix is, yes, thank you. Yeah, everybody go follow Nose. He's great. He's awesome. The balance sounds really good. I think you don't be afraid to compress things more. Not necessarily I think your beat stuff all sounds really good, but especially when it comes to something like vocals, what you always have to keep in mind is that your synth elements are always going to be more consistent. No, we actually, if vocals are really good, you almost want to end up compressing them more if you're starting with dry, raw vocals. If you're starting with samples, or you've, stem extracted something, or you're pulling something in from Splice or whatever, yeah, we want to be very careful. But when you're dealing with a raw vocal recording, I will use multiple compressors often. I'm just using Silk in this track, but I will show you my kind of tried and true technique here, which you can do with any compressors, plural. Glue is a good compressor. Glue is a little bit more for bus stuff. So I would use Glue on a drum and percussion bus. I would use Glue on the master output. I would use Glue across all of my synth tracks going into one bus, right? Glue is basically the SSLG series bus compressor in Ableton form, in Ableton device form. But when you're working with really heavily synthesized elements, those are oftentimes, just because of the nature of how synthesis works, usually they're not the most dynamic sounds in the world in terms of having parts that are very quiet and very loud. Vocals, on the other hand, are one of the most dynamic things in the universe, as far as little ends of words and S's and ends of, consonants and stuff can be extremely quiet, and then you can have choruses and other belty parts of the vocal, the middle of notes and stuff get extremely loud. So you have signals that are super, 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 super dynamic with little teeny tiny sounds and then really great big loud sounds and everything in between. So this gets into talking about, what's up, Cheesy? Good to see you, buddy. This gets into talking about how we really like what compressors are for and what compressors do, which is the fundamental, as I always say, the fundamental job of a compressor is to be a little volume robot that controls the volume of your signal, right? Turns it down for you when it gets too loud, is the basics of what a compressor is. So I will show you how to set this up with just the bone stock compressor in Studio One, which I don't like very much. But this would be just the bone stock compressor in Ableton as well. I like to use two compressors in series with one another on vocals. And this is because we're going to give them two different jobs. Okay? So our first compressor here, let's make sure it's the one, it's this one. The first thing that I want to do is catch peaks. Okay, so I want to look at my signal, and you see we have a few of these moments here, like that right there, like that right there, over here, to a lesser degree, that, where they're big spikes, right? He really jumps out. Maybe it's a really hard K sound, or it's a big plosive, or whatever. We want to catch those and control those using a fast attack and a fast release. And then we want to, and a pretty, high-ish ratio, let's say 8-to-1 on our compressor, right? And then we're going to let the performance roll. And we're going to set our threshold to where it's literally just catching only those peaks and not really doing anything else.
After all of this paralysis, I'll try to move or walk away. I can't promise you anything.
So I'm watching my gain reduction here.
What we've done, what we'll do anyway.
So it's really just grabbing for just a second.
After all of this paralysis, I'll try to move or walk away, but I can't promise you anything, because whose right is it to
it's not grabbing even on every word. It's just grabbing those transients.
After all of this paralysis, I'll try to move or walk away.
But it's not really doing a whole lot other than that, right? So that's just grabbing those peaks and turning those peaks down for us. Then we follow it up with a second compressor that is also fast-ish attack, but a slower release and a lower ratio, let's say 3 or 4-to-1. And this, we want to ride the vocal, where it's on pretty much all the time. And we'll use makeup gain here.
This paralysis, I'll try to move or walk away, but I can't promise you anything, because whose right is it to say?
A little slower than the other compressor. And so this way we have one compressor that's just really precisely anything that steps out of line and is going to blow out our second compressor. It's catching that and cleaning that up. And then our second compressor is really riding the vocal the whole time. And making sure, because you want your vocals, this is my ultimate point, especially when you're doing something with a lot of synth or sound design elements, those are very present, very consistent, usually not the kind of stuff that you do, the most dynamic sounds ever. They're very just kind of in your face, right? So you need the vocals to be able to keep up with that. You want them to be able to maintain a presence. And that, my main thought on the mix where it's at right now, is the balance in your elements is really good. His voice just sounds undercompressed and a little bit in the background when it should be right here, right? At least that's where I would put it in a track like that.
what we've done, what we'll do anyway.
So like that compared to if I take these compressors off.
After all of this paralysis, I'll try to move or walk away, but I can't.
Like you really hear it on words like move compared to
this paralysis, I'll try to move or walk.
Like that move is so far away. But when we take the first compressor, which is catching, for instance, the P on the word paralysis, and then the second compressor that's writing everything.
This paralysis, I'll try to move or walk away.
Suddenly that word move is way more up front and even with everything else.
Away, but I can't.
So I do this with Silk, which doesn't even really do parallel compression as much, or series compression, which is what that's called when you're using multiple compressors. But I've got.
After all of this paralysis, I'll try to move or walk away, but I can't promise you anything.
It's doing a lot. It's doing probably 10 to 15 dB of compression.
Anything, 'cause whose right is it? Dear God, if you were listening, I've got something to say. After all of this paralysis, I'll try to move or walk away, but I can't promise you anything, 'cause whose right is it to say what we've done or what we'll do anyway? Yeah, walk with my head high.
Silk's amazing. Silk is like the best vocal tool I think I've ever used, to be honest. It sounds so good. And it just makes it so that no matter what else is, even if I'm doing a crazy full-on punk beat, there's huge guitars, the vocal is always right here. It's just right in your face. You can hear every word, every texture, but it still sounds natural. It doesn't sound like totally choked out. And that's, too much compression will get you that. But
I tried my best to look alive. I found even my reflection can't even look me in the eye.
Oh, super. You're such a sweetheart. Anyways, so that would be the next thing I would work on in the mix here, is just getting that vocal really nice and up front and really tight. But yeah, other than that, it's definitely coming along very, very nicely. So thank you for the update. Thank you for sharing. I'm so stoked that you guys are working together on it, and it's just fantastic. Okay, moving right along though, we're going to skip Roller Coaster for now. Cakes, my friend, you are up. Thank you guys, by the way, for being patient, getting through these feedbacks. I appreciate it. As you guys can tell, I like to go in depth for people and really try to give people as much give people as much constructive and useful feedback as I possibly can. Let's go indeed. Yeah, great submissions overall. Okay, so this is from Cakes. What we got here? Play piano, excellent. Feedback on more or less everything. Been mixing this on Apple earbuds. Oh boy. And it is a total confusion fest. I think it's sounding all right now, but please do let me know. Feedback on production is welcome too. Okay, awesome. Very cool vocal. Just calling it out as I hear it, vocal sounds a tiny bit sizzly in the like 5K-ish area. Just a little bit, not bad. It's really detailed, which I love, but it's just a teeny bit like hissy, spitty, sibilant in that like 3 to 5, 7, 8K, somewhere in that area. I love how you staggered those chord changes rhythmically. Very cool touch. Gorgeous work, man. This is lovely. Okay. God, so much to love. Yeah, like thoughts would mainly be I think it's less even the vocal. I think it's the overall mix is a little pushed. I think it's more towards the high end of what I said. It's like 6, 7, 8K. Feels like somewhere in there. I need to, play with it with an EQ. But the mix is a little bright overall. Not bad. In a way where I can understand if you're mixing it on something like earbuds, that makes sense to me. Because usually that's where you find these earbuds quite dark. Yeah, well, and especially AirPods, something like that is also meant for phone calls, is always going to try to reduce sibilance on its own. Those things even sometimes have like de-essers built into them in the DSP running, which is why we use reference tools when we can, but when we can't, we use what we've got, and that's okay too. So yeah, a little spitty. I wish the kick. There's maybe a little bit of like 250 woof in the kick that could come out, and the kick could be a little more subby and then a little more attacky. Not by much though. It's a nice kick sound. It's nice and full and thick, but it's maybe just a bit woofy in that like 200-ish area. My only other thought for you, the arrangement's great. I want to hear something different. Right here. Because to me, I talk about this all the time in terms of arrangement and production. You always want your track, and you're doing a great job of this overall, but I'll give you an idea here in a second. But we always want to think of our tracks as a journey from A to B, and where we've started with our listener and where we're leaving our listener at the end, and all the places we've gone in between. And so, like, to me, when I listen to this section, which to me should be the pinnacle of the tune, and then I jump back to here. The only thing that's different is that the vocal's there. Other than that, there's like nothing else that's happened at the end here to sell it to me as the moment, right? One thing I always recommend, and I'm just going to fart on this for a second, and maybe it will be helpful, maybe it won't, but a ride cymbal type element. Move, water bottle. Coming in here could be extremely hip. That's not even the best ride sound for it. But, Hunter and Rally OST. Welcome, guys. Thank you so much for the follows. Yeah. Something, you feel how there's just a lift with that, and it feels like the whole thing's expanded. Yeah, like offbeat ride, or you could even do the disco ride. There's also offbeat but doubled, or eighth note. You know, that kind of a thing. I don't even mean the whole kit. Mostly just that ride element. But like, to me, that just feels like suddenly the groove's in a totally different space. The other thing that you can do with it, potentially, is add a much higher pad element in there. Exactly. It fills up the top end without cluttering the transients, 100%. And I love just bringing in like a compressed ride cymbal for that. You could also have, you know, something way up here. Oh, come back. Even something really simple like that, like just a single note, but just a really high. That's a Rhodes. Yeah, droning C. Little bit of movement to it. Yeah, not even big chord voicings. Just, again, something that gives it that like anthemic. Wrong button. Something that gives it that anthemic moment that really sells like we've arrived. We are at the Grand Canyon looking out over it, and the drive is over. We've gotten here. We're where we've wanted to end up this whole time. That kind of stuff really sells. Ride Bell's great for it because it's high pitched, a high pad, a high sparkle. As now it's just copy paste fake out vocal, 100%, and that's how it hit my ear. You're being harsher than I was in terms of calling it that, but you also know what it is. So yeah, I would do that, and I would even go once more around that in the form. Like that could be twice as long as it is. I like the fake out at the end and it just kind of stopping. But I feel like that section could, like, maybe it drops and you bring in a high droning C, a pad, and then you double that whole section, and that's where the ride comes in. And there's that last, 20 seconds of the tune or whatever. It's just like, oh shit, like, wow, we've really ended up somewhere here. Like we've really, we've accomplished something with this song. We've told a whole story here. We're different people now, but just a few ideas there. Mix wise, like I said, maybe a little woof in the kick, a little more transient definition there. And just a little bit less in that like upper mid, lower high kind of true treble, 6K-ish region, somewhere in there, listen, I'm looking on EQ, you know what to do. Other than that, man, it's sick. It's a great track. It's really, really, I love how you've treated the vocal. I love how upfront the vocal is. Everything is balanced really, really beautifully. Oh no, Toast Dance isn't working. Oh, hey Fizz, can't sleep. Oh, I'm sorry, buddy. Well, I'm here to keep you company. Why is feedback not working? What's happening? Super, what's happening? Is it working for me?
The Hey Fizz wants feedback on their song.
Oh, it just took a second. Oh, weird.
Anathanskid wants feedback on their song.
No, I don't. Nobody listens to my music. What's up, Paul? Good to see you, man. Sorry, Toast. I don't know what's going on with Toast Dance, but apparently it's not working today. It's 5 a.m. I'm sorry, Fizz. I hate it, but don't worry. We're here to be your friend till you can drift off. No, but anyways, just to wrap up, phenomenal job, Cakes. It's a sick track, man. It really sounds exceptionally good. And I love it. Just a few of those little tweaks, and I think you'll have a full-on banger on your hands, friend. So thank you very much for sharing. I appreciate it. Okay. Moving right along here. Up next, we got Rafter. Rafter, are you still so patiently waiting with us? Thank you very much for your patience, my friend. I appreciate you sharing, Cakes. That's what I'm here for. I absolutely love hearing what you guys got cooking in your studios. It's so neat. I'm having so much fun with the latency. Is that? Yeah, we'll get you a private feed, Super, because you need real time for sure. At Rafter, can somebody? Well, here I'll ping Rafter. Rafter, your track is up, friend. And also, Rafter is the lab. We have we're circling back around to Roller Coaster, and we have Fizz as well. But we've got room in the queue. You do any genre? Absolutely any genre. My two rules are, if it's super explicit lyrics, I tend to stay away from it. And then, of course, anything that has anything to do with AI, we don't do around here. No AI music. So as long as it's real music and it's not like, singing about beating women or something like that, something insane and horrible. Yeah, absolutely. It's fair game. Let's back off on this reverb, shall we? This giant space cave that I'm inside of. Kind of music. How's it going? Thank you so much for the follow. Paging Rafter. Rafter, your song is up for feedback. I think they've left out. I mean, I see their name in the thing. Jazzy, absolutely. Always jazzy. Well, Rafter, I have pinged you, and if Rafter comes back in, of course, we will happily jump to their feedback because they submitted. Not in the mentions list. I don't know. Well, yeah, if Rafter comes back around, my thing also might be out of date. I don't know if you see him active in chat, Super, or at least being present. But regardless, if Rafter comes back, we will happily take a look at their track. In the meantime, though, I think we've got Fizz, and then anybody else. If anybody wants feedback on absolutely anything, please, by all means, jump in the queue. ! Feedback will get you a link to a little Google form. If you don't mind just filling it out for me real quick, tells me more about you, your track, what you got going on, what you're looking for feedback on. Yes, Paul, absolutely. Any genre at all. He became unknown. Oh, no worries, man. Yeah, any genre. My only two rules are super explicit lyrics, like super gross lyrics, probably not. And then anything AI, of course, we don't do anything with AI music here. So, but yeah, other than that, I will listen to absolutely anything. Been a lot of electronic and sort of rap trap stuff today thus far. But Fizz, dang, that's sick, man. That's fantastic. Really, really nice movements. Really extremely appropriate. Again, Fizz, everything that you send in and you go, this is what it was for. And then I listen to it. I'm like, yeah, you nailed it. You absolutely nailed the prompt here. Second EDM rock track. So I need some thoughts about it just for reference. Okay. Very cool. I would say most of my feedback for the writing is great. The arrangement's great. Discord link has expired. Has it? Can someone check that for me? The command one works. Oh, okay. Yeah, I haven't in the form. Okay, thank you for letting me know that. I will fix that. Super. Remind me to fix that after stream. That's an easy fix. The writing is great. The arranging is great. The melodies, all that stuff is super tight. My main feedback for you here would just be in the mix, which is kind of two things. One, it feels pretty compressed overall, which I think you could back off of just a little bit. You've got a lot of different stuff going on, and so then if you compress the mix too much on the way out on the master bus, you can lose some detail and some definition and separation and all those different elements, right? But the other thing of it, I think, is a little mixing and then just a little part of like the overall, what I would call the density of the production and how much stuff you have going on. So like in this section here, for example, as I'm listening to this, my ear doesn't 100% know what it's going for or like what you want me to be paying attention to, because you've got a really nice melody. No, 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 no. Right? That's going on. Then you've got some pretty crunchy, pretty complex like guitar. Stuff, right? Then you've got multiple layers of pads doing chord changes, and then it sounds like even pads behind those doing even more movement faster. Then you've got these drums that are going, your kicks going crazy, doing a bunch of like double kick stuff. everything is working well. And this is where I say part of it's maybe mix, part of it's the like how you're treating the elements, because like overall all the sounds you've chosen are great, the arrangement is great, the writing is all really, really good. But I think as you produce tracks like this where you're going to have a lot of elements, you want to figure out what each section is, right? And that's from a mixing perspective and from a like more granular, programming and arranging perspective, where if you want the listener's ear to, in this section of the tune, to be paying attention to that melody, make that melody louder, make the other parts simpler, right? So make it louder in the mix so that it's prominent, and then simplify the other, maybe less kick drum, less complex guitars, maybe a few less pad layers, right? Or if you don't want the listener to pay attention to the melody as much, maybe don't have it in there and focus it instead on the guitars. But when you have more than about, I think maximum about 2 elements going on, really, I think you should always have one element that is the main element and main moment for that section. In most music, that's going to be a vocal. But in something like this, you just have all these different things that you can draw a focus to. And part of drawing that focus is in the mix, part of it is in everything else that's going on. So I think that like overall the balancing of things here is pretty nice. Maybe is a little more bass in general, but the balancing of things is nice. How the tune overall moves from section to section is really nice. All that stuff is on point. I think there's just some moments where maybe you have a little bit too much going on, and my ear is just not sure what to tune into of everything that it's hearing. And then that compounded with the fact that it's compressed pretty heavily on the master, it just ends up being like, yeah, this is a cool vibe, but I'm not pulling away like a great melody or a super cool groove. It's just kind of a lot of like, it's a cool vibe, and then it's a cool vibe. So that's getting a little bit nitpicky and like, granular or whatever. But if, just food for thought as you do more stuff in this style. Like when I was doing the Aries stuff, I always tried to keep a lot of that in mind, where I'm like, cool, this section is all about the bass line. Okay, now this section is about this synth sound. Okay, now this section is about the drums. Now this section is about this guitar part. And each section has its own like voice that comes out and is like, hey, I'm the star here for the next 16 bars. And then we're going to transition, and it's going to morph into this cool string thing being the vibe for 16 bars. So I think that could be a helpful way for you to think about your approach to just kind of assembly. Intentional structuring, absolutely. That's a great way of putting it, Cakes. It's cool, but stays a vibe. Yeah, exactly. And it's a great vibe. And it's very, like, if I booted up, this is for a Roblox game. If I booted a Roblox game up and I heard this, I'd be like, yeah, absolutely. This is a great, like, title screen or main menu track for probably an action game or maybe something sci-fi-ish or, anything in that wheelhouse. But this is where you go from being able to put together cool tracks to being able to put, yes, absolutely, Cakes. You go from putting together cool tracks and cool vibes, and you lean into producing like compositions, right? It is getting that, getting that fine-grained with exactly what you're doing across the board with all of your different elements. So, but your stuff is always great though, Fizz, and I love hearing what you're putting together. You really have this, like, you have a way of nailing the classic game sound, but still making it feel really like current, just in terms of like how you write and how you structure things, which I love. And that definitely shines through here as well. So, fonts are great where you can go back and watch the Hush roller coaster. We don't talk about the times chat gets me to say things. No, thank you, Fizz. I I'm sorry you can't sleep, but I do have an ulterior motive in that. I love it when you're in stream and hanging out. So I wish you weren't quite literally on the other side of the planet from me, because, you know, you're great. So thank you very much for sharing. But yeah, on that note, who else we got here? Got anyone? I know Paul requested, but I'm not seeing the form from Paul quite yet, unless, did it go into Discord? Ah, yes, perfect. Here we go. Okay, so it's Paul Anderson from Twitch. Request feedback. This one's unlisted, but you can still access it. Okay, great. So this is from Paul. You can still submit the form, Paul. It's okay, even if it's posted on Discord. But we got it, so don't worry about it. I have it from before, Roller Coaster. You're good. We'll go back to it in just a second here. Paul, couple of questions. What sound libraries are you using? It's a commissioned song. It's nowhere near close to what my vision primarily was. Guy was asking me for revisions over and over again, and I was getting tired, so I politely said no at some point, even for extra money. Some coworkers kept messing up his head. Okay, very interesting. Yeah, that's revisions are tricky, man. And you have to learn the kind of, you have to learn kind of the boundaries in which you are comfortable working and doing revisions. And, you know, yeah, it's a tricky, kind of a messy situation. I've definitely ended up in revision hell on projects before, and it's never fun. Gotcha. What was it? Was it for a game or for like a short film or something like that? Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, agreed. We'll talk about it here. I think I know what might be going on here. You said you're working in FL, right, Paul? Won't do anything else to it. Sure. Can someone who's a FL user, even Paul, anybody, tell me, is there a toggle on your track? Like in Studio One, I can toggle a track between being mono and stereo at the track level right here. So even if I'm feeding it a stereo plugin, it will sum the track to mono. Okay. Because I have a hunch that a button might have gotten pushed here that we didn't intend to push. Toggle it's a slider. The mixer has it. Okay. 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 So, collecting my thoughts here. Overall, I think the composition end of things is quite nice. I think you've captured a good vibe. I think you fit the bill well. It certainly sounds like, Fantasy Rebellion, everything in that territory. Yeah, very Skyrim like, absolutely. It's got the Fus Ro Da kind of shout, whatever the hell they call that in Skyrim. I haven't played Skyrim forever. The words of power or whatever it is. It's got that going on, which is very cool. I think most of what I am hearing in here is really mix related. And yes, hey Core, I think you're absolutely right. The choirs are mono. I think quite a few things ended up in mono here somehow. I don't know how. Ocean's reference was Dragonborn excerpt. It's too compressed. It didn't. Okay, gotcha. I think that something happened either within the orchestral library, choir library, or within FL itself, where a bunch of individual channels in your session got set to mono, because your choirs are completely mono, and actually quite a few of your string patches and other patches in here are completely mono, but they are panned. So you can obviously have a signal that is mono and then pan it anywhere and it puts it in your stereo field, but the source is still mono, right? And that to me is what it sounds like happened here, which is why I asked about the thing in FL, because I for sure have, if I'm, going quick or not paying a ton of attention, I've had situations where like, even at like with this big, beautiful the EP patch here, right? Huge, absolutely expansive, super wide stereo image. If you accidentally sum this track to mono, which actually maybe you can't do it on MIDI tracks. You can do it with audio tracks, and it sounds like you can do it with MIDI tracks in FL. If I accidentally set a track to mono, no matter what effects I have, however stereo they are on that track, it will be summed to mono pre-fader and pre-panning. So I think that's likely something like that. Again, might have been in the plugin itself. It might have been in the FL mixer with the individual track outs. Orchestral panning VST, but either ozone. Yeah. Or orchestral panning VST. Interesting. Yeah, something happened where a lot of these things became mono, and that's definitely affecting the overall vibe of the mix. It also sounds very dark overall. Like, I definitely want a lot more top-end air detail in the upper part of the frequency spectrum, because that's where you get a lot of the texture and a lot of the kind of emotion of strings and all of these different orchestral elements to come through. That could be, if this is like an MP3, like a low bitrate MP3 rip that came out of FL, that could explain some of that. But it's quite dark. There's definitely, some of that imaging stuff going on. There's a few areas where there's some timing things that I, could be scooted around. And that's honestly, that can be very tricky. Timing can be very tricky with orchestral libraries because different libraries handle it differently. And when you put a note down, and you tell, and it's for like a violin, let's say, and it's for a big note on a violin, some libraries, that note might actually happen later than you expecting it to, or later than you expect it to. And so sometimes we have to actually scoot, like in using Composer Cloud, which is what I use to do stuff like this. The strings in Composer Cloud are all very behind the beat. They're all very late. And so when I finish a composition, I actually will take all of my string MIDI and slide it forward by a 30-second note. And that actually gets it to line up with the drums really well. it's a weird thing, but it has to do with like just how they record the libraries and the fact that, string players in a room it's not like a synthesizer or a drum or something where it's got perfect instant transient response. Only thing I can do now would be to force some AI service to artificially pan everything. But yeah, no, I definitely would not do that. What would need to happen is you would need to get access to the original session, which you can't do, which it sucks, but that's okay. And go in and see what's going on. Because yeah, there's definitely, to me, it sounds like the weirdness, I think, Haycore, with the imaging is that, yeah, just a bunch of these things got summed to mono somehow for one reason or another. And then they're just being panned around as mono sources. And so you're expecting to hear, like your violins, normally you would pan left, but it would still be really wide. It would just be mostly focused on the left. And instead it's like a mono violin that's been put hard left. And so it sounds a little, just a little bit odd. My first session with Ozone, still haven't scratched the surface. Never trust the AI. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. No, we don't use AI to do anything because it's not, especially when it comes to music production, it's just not, none of it can do it correctly. Ozone is great though, Paul. And if you want me to run through, if you have any questions about Ozone, I use Ozone all the time. I'm happy to explain what the different modules do and how to think about using them. If you have any specific questions, I would be more than happy to give you a rundown or answer anything that you're curious about with Ozone, because I use it all the time. And then the last thing I was going to say is that some of the, like those shout, sort of choir samples and stuff, are a little bit loud. They're a little bit hot compared to the other elements. But, again, the flip side of all it is it's a well-written piece. It's well structured. What's up, Tony? Good to see you. And it's got a lot of really nice stuff going for it. So, definitely don't take it as, I just hate mastering. I can't afford it either. I mean, for what it's worth, Paul, mastering is not, I won't tell you what is cheap based on your financial situation. I usually charge about 20, 30, 40 bucks to master a track. Depending on what it is, somewhere in that wheelhouse is usually where I'm at for pricing on that. So it's usually, I'm finding that a lot of these services like mixing and mastering, no worries, Tony, welcome in. I appreciate you. A lot of these services are not nearly as expensive as people think they are. For sure. Fair enough. No, and that's definitely something that is a consideration. Yeah, Lander I've never heard Lander do a good job. I just never have heard Lander do a good job at all. And we don't use AI, because it's bad and we hate it. Across the board. No, I can't find a single person that likes AI for anything. It's really funny to me. Anyway, that's a whole other fucking can of worms. Regardless, Paul, we're not trying to, at least I'm certainly not trying to, rag on you for this track. I think it's really nice. And I think you did a really good job with it. We can sit here and sort of armchair quarterback until we're blue in the face. But ultimately, like from a writing perspective, I think it's nice. I think you had a lot of really good ideas, and I think that you hit the bill. Yeah, that's true, Haycore. I love it for, data analysis, running simulations for scientific research, experimenting with, simulations for medical treatments and drugs. It's wonderful for all that. That's what it was made for. Identifying patterns that humans have a hard time identifying. But anything else? Oh God. I won't go off on it because we'll talk about it for a fucking hour. Absolutely, Tony, 100%. And you are um you are getting at something that I say all of the time and something that I think is really, really important. Which is just always keeping in mind that exactly that. If you It does not matter what gear you have. It does not matter how many plugins you own, how expensive your mics are, how nice and well tuned your room is. If your song isn't very good, no one is going to want to listen to it. If you could take a $20 million studio with all the best engineers and players in the world and put them on the best instruments and put up the most expensive microphones on the most expensive console and run a session. And if the song sucks, you're going to have a bad song. The flip side of that is you could be working in BandLab absolutely for free, listening on a pair of $5 earphones that you got at a supermarket. And if you've got a great idea for a song and you know what you're doing and how to put it together, you're going to have a great song and people are going to want to listen to it. It really is that simple. There's so many examples throughout music of people who did not have the tech, who did not have the shiny, expensive gear, the fancy plugins, the sample libraries, the tuned room, the amazing, monitors, whatever it is, and have produced amazing music that people have absolutely fallen in love with. And then there's also a zillion examples of people who invested hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars into their music. And it went nowhere because even though they threw money at it and they had all the best musicians and all the best everything, they weren't good songs. It's really that simple. Sorry, I'm catching up with chat here. It's not like I'm scared to do mistakes. I'm just stuck in my own workflow void. Indeed. I know the pain of that well, being stuck in a workflow void. This is a weird suggestion, but if you ever are feeling that way, Paul, download a different DAW. I worked in Studio One for years and I started to feel like I was in a bit of a workflow void recently. And so I grabbed, first it was Bitwig and now Ableton. And it's really gotten me to think about things in a different way and kind of change up, to change up how I approach stuff and how I put tracks together. Be kind to yourself about your art. Absolutely. Greatest tracks from any genre or OST were not written in a day. They took time in planning and edits and rewrites and a lot. You don't have to finish in 1, 10, or 100 sittings. Very true. All very, very true. Well said, Tony. Ableton is peak, but there are just the way that Ableton works drives me a little batty. Because I'm an old school guy. I come from the world of tape machines and tape transport. And, like the fact that Ableton does not have a cut tool, at least one that tell me, hey, Core, can you do this in Ableton? If I have an audio region, can I just cut it using a tool like this? Because as near as I can tell, the only way to do that in Ableton is to guess what is the button. I have looked far and wide for this hotkey in Ableton to just give me a blade tool of some kind, and no one can tell me it. Select the region. Yeah, no, I don't want to select the region and press Control E. Nope, absolutely not. I need a tool that lets me go quarter note, 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 quarter note. I do not have the time to be sitting there going, select Control E, select the region, move the cursor, Control E, select the. No, I need a blade tool. So right there, Ableton for production, for live performance, it's great. For production, nope, can't do it. I got a good night, Otrapic. Thanks for hanging out. No, but you have a hotkey to break region like Pro Tools does. It's the same reason I don't use Pro Tools. I want just a click. No one hand, no multiple hands. Zoop, 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 wherever I want. Buddy, it is 2 buttons. When you are doing this 8-10 hours a day, 6 days a week, hitting those 2 buttons takes a legitimate amount of time. Tell me this, can you configure Ableton to when I hit play and then I hit stop and then I hit play again, it keeps playing from the same point, like a tape transport? Another thing I have been tearing my hair out over to figure out if it's possible to do in Ableton. Because every time I hit stop, it goes, like if I'm at bar 3 and I hit play and then I hit stop, it goes back to bar 3. Drives me bananas. What's up, Joffrey? Good to see you, buddy. Drives me absolutely bananas. I stopped the track here, so I want to continue listening to it from that point, like a tape machine. That we call this a tape transport. Not this newfangled, oh, it always goes back to the same place. Drives me bananas. It's a million little things like that I'm just like, my brain needs things to work in a particular way that I've been used to for 15 years of doing this. And when it doesn't, there's some stuff I can get used to. There's some things that just fundamentally I'm like, nope. Right. Because you are used to it. And this would drive you nuts. The way that Ableton works drives me nuts. If I want to listen to it the same, I'm not saying it's wrong. Of course not. It's with whatever works for everybody. And people make, like yourself, insane tracks in Ableton all the time. It's amazingly powerful. It's a fantastic DAW. I just mean for me personally. And then there's other more like how Studio One works with sample libraries. I've been using Studio One for years, yes. And then for years before that, growing up in my dad's studio, I was very used to the way that tape machines work. It's shift space, I think, is how you do it in Ableton. It's weird though, and you can't, for some reason, that's one thing you can't remap. I did a whole deep dive one day if I could get that working in Ableton, and you just can't. And then Ableton's missing a lot of stuff for string and scoring libraries and key switching and articulations and like other different little, like another thing you can't do in Ableton is undo quantization, which is an insanely great feature in Studio One. If you quantize anything in Ableton, it bakes the quantization in. You can't, unless you fully just Control Z it. You can't tweak it after the fact, which is very handy. But Studio One, you can't map parameters to modulate off of other parameters. Ableton is bar none the best for electronic. If you're doing purely electronic stuff and you want a lot of intermodulation and automation and stuff, it is the best. Studio One more high end than Ableton, so it has more options? No, Ableton's quite a bit more expensive than Studio One. Studio One's $200. Ableton's $750 for Suite. But it's not about being high end. All of these DAWs can do anything. You can do orchestral scoring in Ableton. You can do electronic production in Studio One. Their tool sets are more tailored for certain things. Like in Ableton, you have the fact that you can map anything to anything. So you can put in like an envelope follower on an audio signal and map it to a delay send, or you can do all kinds of crazy shit. You can route any audio anywhere in Ableton to the point where it'll let you make feedback loops within the DAW, which is crazy. It's insane. You can't do any of that in Studio One. But on the flip side, if I were to say be working on an orchestral piece and I pull up Opus, which is my string scoring suite, and I go to compose, let's say a cello part, there is a whole roster of stuff in Studio One that Ableton does not have. So like if I just go in here to my piano roll and we load up, I don't know, Hollywood Strings, Shelly, key switch, right? And I go in here and I've got my cellos, and I want to do articulations and change what my cellos are doing. I just go down here to sound variations. Oh, you guys can't even see any of this. But, well, you can see this. I have all of my string articulations right here, and I can just sequence them out. You super can't do that in Ableton. Also, if I want to see this entire part, let's say I have this part and I have a musician coming in. Let's say I have some actual cellists coming in and I want them to play this part. I literally click one button and I have my entire score in notation. Like I can literally print notation from MIDI directly out of Studio One with key signatures, time signatures, everything. That's fantastic. It's amazing. You can literally record, was on X Factor. She was on American Idol. She was in season 22, not a finalist, but that was Keelan. And yes, Keelan will be back. I definitely want to have more people on. It's a thing. It's a thing we're working on. So like you can do all of that in Studio One. That is great. Studio One also has some very good built-in effects, but Studio One in particular has this thing called Mix Effects. So Mix Effects is console summing emulation with crosstalk. So back in the day when you were working on large format analog consoles, right? Like the huge things that are like the size of cars that you see in really big professional recording studios, right? Those are big analog devices and they have certain things about them. They make noise. They have self noise. They can be driven harder, where the more sound you push into them, the whole architecture of how it's electrically combining all of the sound signals into the output saturates in a certain way. This simulates all of that. And you also have interference channel to channel that we call crosstalk. So if you have like your vocal on channel 2 and then a guitar on channel 3 on a big mixing console and you solo the vocal and crank the guitar, it bleeds a little bit through interference. Electrical interference, because the parts are all right next to each other. You can simulate analog crosstalk here. Same thing happens on tape machines with different lanes on tape. You can simulate that in Studio One. So these are all things where, yeah, if you're producing a future-based track, who gives a shit? Have you ever made any 8D music? I don't even know what that is. So no, I haven't. Sounds interesting. Tall. What's up, Tall? Good to see you, man. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, this is all stuff I never even did think about. 100%. Again, when you are doing it, except when you produce metal, right? So, like last week, we went from doing sci-fi underscore a piece. Oh, Tao, thank you for the sub, man. That's very, very kind of you. But then I can use million VSTs out there to simulate all of this. Crosstalk, not so much. At least not in the way that Studio One does it, because VSTs can't typically have access to raw feeds from tracks in the same way and blend them together in the same way. If you put a plugin on literally everything in your session, like the Plugin Alliance stuff can kind of do that, but it's not quite the same. Here it's got, the Mix Effects has access to the raw, what do you call it? Raw audio engine. Search it up on YouTube. It sounds so weird. Oh, okay. I think I know what you're talking about. Oh yeah, like Dolby Atmos stuff. You can do native Atmos mixing in Studio One. I never need to do that. But no, my thing, hey, is that, what was I saying? Last week, we started with sci-fi dialogue underscore for a game. The next day we were doing a production and mix on a punk track. The day after that, I might be working on a pop tune. The day after that, I might be mastering some crazy intense electronic thing. The day after that, I'm doing like pure fantasy, string scoring. The day after that, somebody sent me a folk tune to do something on. And so Studio One is not the best at anything specific. Like there, I wouldn't reach for it if all I did was like drum and bass production or something. Yeah, I'd reach for Ableton or I'd reach for FL. And I wouldn't reach for it if all I did was record live bands. I would probably use Pro Tools. But it's kind of the best of all worlds. It's got stuff from every single other DAW that works really well. The last thing that I really wish it had is the modulation and mapping stuff that Ableton has and that Bitwig now has and that FL has. And I think they'll bring it in a future update to where you can do like shapers and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, and the racks and the whole like macro approach in Ableton is pretty fucking cool too. Absolutely. Less useful for like mixing and this kind of production. Yes, Max for Live. Oh, Max for Live. I have reignited my passion for making beats because of Max for Live and this guy. Yeah, it's Max for Live is fucking wicked. It's a cool plugin. Let's get to these convolution. Record from different places in the room to make it more versatile. Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about, Ochpick. Yeah, I have buddies that do Atmos mixing. Atmos mixing is fucking crazy. Oh yeah, absolutely. No, I've loved Max MSP for years and years. The really old Max MSP stuff is actually kind of what got me interested in a lot of electronic production. I'm talking when I was like 14, 15, like 2004, 2005. The Monome, if you're familiar with the original Monome, which worked exclusively with 200 bits from Super, thank you. What did I say, Cheesy? What did I say? Thank you so much for the bits, Super. I appreciate it. Yeah, the original Monome was incredibly cool, and I was obsessed with it, and a bunch of weird avant-garde stuff that people were making using Max MSP way back in the day. Included here, we'll just play with it right now, because I don't think we have anybody else in queue for feedback. Let me double check. No. Oh wait, roller coaster. We didn't do roller coasters, did we? Can you roughly swear words are not fit? What swear word? What did I say? Can you roughly speedrun us through what genres you started with and focus the most on today except game stuff? Oh Lord. I know Alexander Panos for the weirdest reason in the world. You guys are pulling me in 9 different topic directions right now. First of all, roller coaster, did we do your feedback? I can't remember if we did or not. More treats. Look at him back there. Chat loves you today. Zoop. No, we didn't. Okay. Oh my God, you have a cat? Dude, he co-streams. He's our co-host for stream, of course. Bud, your treats are on the couch. What are you doing? That's Toast. Here, hang on. Zoop. He's the co-toast. Oh, he's extremely orange. We love him. Here's your treats. There you go, bud. Toast Cam is unfortunately an old... I used to have a separate webcam in my old studio where he'd sleep at my feet, and I would switch to that, but I need to update that. But he's just back there. He's back there hanging out. I mean, I could, but we can also just do this. And there he is. That's just as good, right? Anyways, okay. Somebody asked roughly speed run all of the music. We'll do that. Roughly speed run all of the genres that I have worked. I mean, that's such a weird question. So I started when I was a kid. I loved a lot of the same stuff that I do now, but still like a lot of electronica, and I really wanted to be a house DJ for a while. And you know, yeah, a lot of electronic stuff, a lot of rock and classic rock stuff. When I started my career, when I was touring originally as a bass player, I was mostly doing like jam band stuff and rock and funk and, you know, everything like that. Some pop, blues, you know, a lot of like kind of classic live bass player styles of music. And then when I transitioned from touring all the time, because I toured my ass off for like the first 5 or 6 years of my career as we played mostly bass, some drums. As I started to get more involved in the studio, it really just opened up into absolutely everything because I started an account on Fiverr, the freelancing site, less than a month after they initially. Fiverr originally was called Fiverr because it was only for $5 tasks, and it was mostly for like coding things and data entry. There was in 2017 they opened it up to like kind of offer any service for any price. And I just happened to randomly find it and decide to sign up for it like less than a month after they did that. So there were no other audio guys on there. And so very quickly I was like one of the top audio accounts on Fiverr because I, you know, sort of knew what I was doing. I had a decent studio and I got on there and figured out how to use it well quickly. So I did 600, I think, projects on Fiverr over 3 or 4 years. And that was literally like just anything and everything. So mixing for rappers, mixing for bands, producing records, scoring games. That's where it fully turned into just like, I need to learn how to make kind of any style of music. And it's been more or less that way ever since, which is, it's kind of nice because I now have experience and references and stuff in basically, that your question totally made me lose my train of thought, Paul. But no, I can kind of do, so much experience. I mean, you know, I've done a lot. That's true. What was I saying though? No, it kind of forces you to learn as much as you possibly can and get as versatile as you possibly can, which is really, really good for diversification of income streams. Can you confirm that while Fiverr is an okay extra source of income, it'll never be the one to rely on? Fiverr is dead. Fiverr is useless. I do not know. I have known many people who've gotten a lot of work on Fiverr over the years. For me, at my peak, I was making probably $2,000 a month, $2,500 a month on Fiverr. It is nothing but AI slop scams now. Do not go on it. Do not use it. Do not look at it. It is dog shit nowadays. Yeah, I mean, I've made a lot of money on Fiverr, but that was 6-7 years ago when it was really good. Nowadays, Sound Better is probably the best bet. AI is really destroying. No, it's not destroying everything. It's destroying the platforms that choose to specialize in it and focus on it. It's not destroying everything at all. Well, it's not destroying everything. It's destroying some things. But ooh, what is this? Hang on. Ooh boy. That's a good email to get. Offer to audition for a corporate band. Neat. Vishuda, we are absolutely doing feedback, friend. Good to see you. Yeah, jump on the feedback train. You know the drill. Absolutely.
Feedback on their song.
It's good to see you, man. Thanks for tuning in. No, that wasn't intentional. Guys, I'm 35. If you think I'm using Gen Alpha slang intentionally, you're insane. Don't forget about Roller Coaster. Thank you, Tall. Okay, I'm going to shut the fuck up. Oh, we're just ranting in here today. And we're going to jump back. We'll do feedback for Roller Coaster. And then somebody asked me a different question that I wanted to ramble on more about, but I thankfully don't remember what it was now. Roller Coaster, friend, thank you for being so patient. Working in Logic. Think it could be some pop stuff, not sure, just some cute tunes. Okay. Oh yeah. No, there's good alternatives, Paul. Let's do Roller Coasters, then we can talk about that. I've been really good, Vishuda. How you been, man? Roller Coaster, how much of this is samples and how much of this did you play or record yourself? Gotcha. So the one thing that I'm definitely hearing, and it's a very it should be an easy fix for you. The last bar of your phrase of drums is slower than the rest. Right here. So you'll want to check that and make sure that edit's clean. Did you record the acoustic yourself? Or no, you said it's MIDI. Was the acoustic sounds really nice. Yeah, the drum tempo slows very specifically on that one. The rest of the drums are great. Because guitar is your guitar and electric. The recording sounds gorgeous. It's literally just that one bar of drums I think didn't get tempo stretched. It's like in time, and then there's one that's like 10 BPM too slow. And just needs to go. Ugh. Out of sight. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the follow, friend. Appreciate it. We're doing great, Out of Sight. How are you doing? This is lovely. I love the vibe here. What you really need next, I think, I mean, vocals would be great. So cool. Senpai Kawaii. Oh, tickle me, Senpai. Nope, don't do it. Don't do it. I'm telling you. What you need next is... Shut up, Tall. You don't know me. You've never met me before. What are you talking about? I hate playing bass. Oh, Rafter, yay! Excellent. No, you're totally fine, man. We will do yours next. You were not forgotten about. I did try to ping you when yours came up, but I'm glad you came back around. I figured you were off taking care of something else. Yeah, it's good baseline is what we need here. And then I think a vocal, if you can find a way to source a good vocal. That is too much compression. There is such a thing. Where are we at here? Very like 90s Pearl Jam intro guitar, which I love. Do I have a whammy on any of my basses? No. Oh, dude, Roller Coaster 10 is like a foundational record for me. I'd have to chart out your chords. That's always a really nice, that root. That's always really, really nice change there. But yeah, a good bass line would be great. Some vocals would be really, really nice. And then I think you'd be in really, really good shape here. I mean, thank you. I love this bass. 74 jazz bass, all original. We love it. It's a little buzzy, but that's okay. But no, this is lovely, man. I think it's a really, yes, please do, Roller Coaster. Get at me on Discord. I'm always around. I would love to play bass on some stuff for you, man. I'm affordable too, I promise. I know I keep saying it, but what is my cat doing? He's using a delay pedal. That's not real. No. Just pretending to be Jocko. What is going on, buddy? Why are you freaking out? Do you want out of the studio? I think he wants out of the studio, guys. Really nice bass, but I'm noticing drums, piano, guitar. What's your primary instrument? Normally, I would say bass because that's what I toured on for years professionally. At this point, it's pretty evenly spread across the board. We're gonna put this down, and I'm gonna let my cat out of the studio because he's losing his shit. Hang on. Come here, bud. Get out of here. Woo! What's happening? What happened? I don't know what happened. My lights blinked and now something's happening. Anyways, out of sight. Yes, I primarily a bass player, I guess, but I kind of spread my time across, everything pretty evenly these days. So my favorite instrument to play is drums, for sure, because they are loud and physical and I get to hit things. And that's pretty great. Anyways, yeah, super. I don't have a ton of, roller coaster. I don't have a ton of other feedback for you on this other than that it's lovely. I think it's a very cool starting point of an idea. And I would love to hear it as you like lush it out more and keep working on it. So, it's very, very nice.
Our top site 00 wants feedback on their song.
Excellent. Thank you, Out of Sight. And yes, we will absolutely check it out. You got a link there to a little Google form. If you don't mind just filling that out for me real quick, lets me know a little bit more about you and your track, what you're looking for feedback on, all that kind of stuff. And then we will check it out here in a moment. But Rafter, who we are very glad came back to say hello. Let's check out what Rafter's got going on. Here, present. Yay. I love it. Just calling it out as I hear it in the initial build and in this build here, the vocal is pretty far behind the kick. Like when the track very first started, I kind of adjusted volumes to where the vocal was, and then the kick came in. The kick felt significantly louder than the vocal, just in that section. I think the balance once the full groove kicks in is great, but just that I would have a little more vocal in these drops.
Break it.
Yeah, that's a very solid track. It's mastered a bit hot for my taste. That's all I'm going to say, because I don't want to go back to our whole discussion earlier. And I feel like the discussion we have on stream every time. But it's a really clean mix. I think it's great. I think it's excellent. I might have to play bass or play drums to this one. If chat wants me to, I will, because it's a prime candidate for it. Because it's groovy as hell. The groove of it is fantastic. You really don't like soft clipping. I mean, you guys just always, anytime you're watching my stream, any of you, just remember you're talking to a guy who grew up on like the Eagles and Steely Dan. And like, to me, the best sounding record ever made is Asia by Steely Dan, which is like just so far in a different galaxy. than anything like that. I also love stuff like this. My ears react to soft clipping, or Jeff Beck. Oh, absolutely, blow by blow, man. Oh yeah, yeah. Thanks, out of sight, fully. They are just, yeah. So like when my ear hears stuff that is in this new world of like -3 LUFS, everything is soft clipped, everything is a square waveform, my ears just go too much compression, 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 like that's all that's going on in my head. And I am slowly learning that that's okay, because it's not that I don't like it or think it sounds cool. There is just it's like things being out of phase. You know what I mean? And see, hey, Core, like there just is. When you come from tape land, there's absolutely a thing as too much compression, because back in the day when I was a lad, we had noise floors. Noise floors were a huge fucking problem. Dolby DBX noise reduction was everywhere, and you had to, just glue grew up in the digital age. I mean, I was born in 90. So it's not like I'm, was mixing records in 1974 or something like that. My dad was, and I learned everything from him. So I very much like gain staging, overall total harmonic distortion. Like these are all things that are like a fundamental part of my DNA as a musical creative. And so it's a hard, I'm sure it's the same kind of a thing that like Photoshop was for traditional photo editors. When Photoshop first came out, where they're like, it's wrong. I'm going to play drums to this. Sue me. Maybe it'll give you an idea for something in the future after, because I really don't have much feedback for you other than that it's sick and your sound design sounds excellent. See, talking about too much compression. What do I even have on my kit right now? I've got an API 2500, probably with too much compression on it. Oh, yeah. Sure. Weird kit to play on. Actually, you know what? No, we're going to change the kit. Hang on. Give me a second. If you're going to do it right. Right? Give me this. Give me my drum and bass kit. And then give me this. That's better. That's much more appropriate. Thanks, Raptor. Started psyching myself out at the end. How do you go about learning drums? My dad's bandmate left his kit here, and I kind of want to play, but I'm so uncoordinated. Oh, the kick in the kit. Yeah, it's a sample. It's from somewhere in Superior Drummer. Thank you. Thank you, guys. No, learning to play drums is weird because, yes, it does require a fair amount of coordination. That's true. Really, you want to start with focusing on limb independence, and like the classic groove is just learning the classic groove, but the classic approach is just learning what each limb needs to do, right? So you start with just keeping 8 notes on the hat, and then you can add your kick. And once you can get comfortable with that, then you start developing independence on those different things. So being able to switch between different grooves. Change the kick up. Change the snare up, learn ghost notes, change the hi-hat. You know, all that kind of stuff. And you learn what each limb is supposed to do. And you just practice it a lot. And then before you know it, you're doing fun shit like that. I really feel finding good rhythmic ideas took me the longest time. I had the sounds, just not the rhythm. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Shoot some hoops or do something out of the box. Oh, that's a fun idea, Tal, for sure. Yeah, well, and that almond break. Oh yeah, classic. But no, the best drum production comes from people who understand how real drums are played. Even when it's a really heavy electronic stuff, you know, it always to me sounds the best and makes the most sense when it's something a drummer can physically play. If you've got stuff where like a million things are happening in layers of like, you know, toms and, you know, 3 different hi-hats and stuff, it can sound cool, but you always want to think of it as in terms of like, okay, I've got somebody with 2 hands and 2 feet. What all can they, it's always just going to make things feel more authentic. I've checked out a fair few music review streams before. This one's next level, especially live playing instruments over the songs. The vibes here are great. Oh, thank you so much, man. And I really appreciate the bits. That's extremely kind of you, Out of Sight. Very, very kind of you. And Tall, so glad I stumbled across. I'm glad you stumbled across my page too. I'm glad you guys all stumbled upon me. We like to have fun here, you know? No, I know there's a lot of other really excellent music streamers on Twitch. Protostar is great. Like there's a lot of other guys, but there is one thing that I have noticed is there's kind of a lack of guys, especially in the feedback side, that have like real, a place of experience that they can speak from. And so that's kind of what I'm trying to, in addition to the vibes and occasionally me having a bit of a musical wank on my various toys here. My hope is that the fact that I have been doing it full time for a long time, Big Dream. Hey, thanks so much for thank you so much for the follow. No, I hope that the fact that I've been doing it for a long time can help bring some value, you know, that I can share. I have learned some stuff over the years, and I hope that I can share it with people and help them make their tracks better. Make hip hop music. This is interesting. It's got a homie vibe. Well, Big Dream, if you want to share a track and get some feedback on it, by all means, please do. I make some hip hop. You know, I kind of make everything. Rafter with the tier 1. Thank you so much, man. That is so kind. You guys are so kind. Oh my God. I love it. Thank you so much, man. That's so generous of you. This is just awesome. The vibes, guys. Vibes City up in here. We love it. Okay. I feel like we have more feedbacks that we have not, that we have been neglecting, which is a bad habit of mine. We did. Who was up next? Oh, we were going to talk about Fiverr too with Paul. Paul was talking about Fiverr earlier. Yeah, Fiverr is dead now. I was going to give some better alternatives. Okay, so, and then Vishuda, you're up next for feedback. So I was on Fiverr for years. It was great. Now it fucking sucks. Where else can you go? Sound Better. I know guys who have had really good luck getting some work on Sound Better. I've seen a few things on Upwork here and there.
Otrapic wants feedback on their song.
Ooh, excellent. Yes, you're going to get a link there to a little Google form. If you don't mind filling that out for me real quick, Otrapic, that will just tell me a little bit more about you and your track, what you're looking for specific feedback on. And we'll get to in a second. I think you will be third in queue. Up next, we have Vishuda. After that, we will have Out of Sight, and then it will be you. Freelancer Calm. Okay, very cool. Well then, yeah. In that case, say all the same things for Big Dream. You're too scared to decide yourself. Don't be scared. Never be scared. I love hearing absolutely anything you guys make, no matter how good or new or any of it. Doesn't matter what style, as long as it's not AI and it's not like singing about something insane. I'm pretty stoked to hear it. So, air gigs. I've had some luck on air gigs over the years. Airgigs.com is pretty okay. No matter how wacky it is, that's the word. Yeah, there you go, Super. It does not matter. Anyway, there are sites. I am finding that just like direct, honestly, full transparency, I am here on Twitch also to get clients and work. And if anybody ever needs anything mixed or wants me to play anything on anything, I'm more affordable than you think I am, I promise. Please reach out to me on Discord. And that's paying dividends so far. I've gotten the record from Nosebora. I've gotten a couple of masters. All of that is great. But just like being out and being active in the Otrapic, it's okay. I would be happy to listen to it. If you feel like I could help at all, I am happy to. But just being active in a community, interacting with artists, connecting with people directly, and making it known that you have a skill set and that you can solve problems for people is the name of the game. There's no silver, and even throughout my entire career, even when I've been lucky to get on these platforms at different times and, whatever, nothing has ever for me beaten the fact that the fundamentally, whether it's in person, whether it's on a Reddit thread, in a Discord conversation, in a text message, phone call, email, on Twitch, whatever, if you show up and you're friendly and you make it clear that you're interested in collaborating and helping and bringing value to a situation and that you're passionate about what other people are doing, this is on the mixing and producing side, not as much the artist side, but like those things are worth their weight in gold. And that's really that's where the rubber meets the road, right? That's where people are going to go, oh, I want you to work on my project. Not because you're the best or not because you have the coolest resume or not, but because we're having a conversation already. And I can tell that you're like a decent human being and you give a shit and you want to do a thing with me. People respond to that more than they respond to followers on SoundCloud, more than they respond to subscribers on YouTube, more than they respond to whatever, sponsorship deals you may or may not have, like all that shit. It can help.
Big Dream wants feedback on their song.
Excellent. Yeah. Like I said, Big Dream, just fill out that form for me real quick. Let me know in chat when you've done so, and we will get to it in a minute. But more than any of that stuff, or having presences everywhere all the time, yada, yada, those things can be helpful and important, but just being a member of the community is everything. And will get you more work. And half of it is, I would say 80% of it is about the human connection. I would say it's a lot more than half. So anyways, keep moving here. Vishuda, you are up, my friend. I'm so happy to have you back around. Work in progress, demo iPhone vocal idea. Okay, that is good to know. Level 8 producer, working in FL, guitar and keys. Excellent. This is a tune I sang on my iPhone and produced at the airport and finalized on a flight to Nashville. How sick. I love it. I wrote one of my favorite tracks I've ever produced in Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris on a public piano they had. Big Dream, as long as it's not like really like anything really like offensive, like, you know, violent or anything like that, I usually don't care. I'm so sorry, Roller Coaster. I hope you recover quickly from that. That sucks. What's up, Savage? Welcome in, friend. Oh, yes, we can't be talking about loins in my stream now, can we? Oh, my kit here is Roland VAD 506 electronic kit, which I use to trigger Superior Drummer. And honestly, if Vishuda won't get mad at me, I might play drums to this too, because this is sick. This is a fantastic track.
I want you to know that this isn't easy for me. You mean a lot to me, and the last thing I want to do is hurt you. But I also believe in being honest and transparent, even when it's painful. I've been doing a lot of thinking lately, and it feels like we're both on different paths. Our dreams are...
Thanks for the follow, Savage. Appreciate it.
...old and just seem to be taking us in opposite directions. And as much as it hurts to admit it, I think it's time for both of us to let go.
Oh, Vishuda. There's only one word for this, and it is scrumptious. Ah. Absolutely scrumptious, man. I mean, there's the fact that you put it together and it's work in progress. Like, you know, it's nothing that you don't aren't already going to do.
Tobiashak wants feedback on their song.
Excellent. Welcome in, Tobiashak. Good to see you. Thank you so much for tuning in. For anybody requesting feedback, it's just a link to a Google form. If you don't mind filling that out for me real quick, just tells me a little bit more about you and your track, how you made it, what you're looking for feedback on, all that good stuff. There's a couple people in queue, but we will get to all of you. Don't you worry. But no, like definitely like level out the percussion a little bit. Like it sounds awesome for where it's at, but like, you know, just definitely like I would compress the topper a little bit to, soothe it out for sure. You know, it's like it's a little bit bright overall. Like kick could use a little more knock, but you know, all of those things. And are there more submissions? Yes, there are. We've got a couple of people in queue. I'll go check it in a second here. But dude, the arrangement, I love that like conversation in the middle is so well placed. Like it's an expertly crafted tune. And I love that you did it in the airport. That is so hip. I have also weirdly, I can't say I ever produced anything in the airport from start to finish because I don't do like iPhone production and all that stuff. That stuff is sick. There's, you know, it's awesome that you can do that now. I just have never gotten into it. But I have recorded some of my favorite samples ever in airports. Like when we were in Paris, I got a bunch of amazing samples on a public piano in Charles de Gaulle. When we were in Morocco, in the Marrakesh airport, there was a guy playing this crazy, it was a guitar, but he had it tuned wild and he had like weird strings on it. And I got a bunch of amazing samples. I'm choosing my laptop to record vocals. Okay, very cool. That makes sense. Yeah. Progression's great. Progression is excellent. Let's look at it.
I hope you're doing okay.
It's basically like G. Yeah, just really, really nice. E flat major, G minor, F, E flat. It's great progression. You could maybe do a little more with it, just with like a key, honestly, even a keyboard sound like this. Towards the end, first drop has different words. Does it? Feels the same to me. You might be voicing the chords a little differently, but slightly. Yeah, you're probably using different voicings. Oh, okay. Oh, you flipped it around. I see what you did. Yeah, it's all lovely. It's all really, really lovely. I guess you could bring in like a key element back here. You know, just something a little more melodic up in that like upper mid space. Would be kind of nice. Could be. Just not even like a strong melody, just some little things, kind of just little moments, little melodic moments could be kind of nice. Some little sprinkles on top. Yes, 100%. And you've got like the piano that's in there is great. Don't touch it. A second thing that's doing a little bit more could be kind of nice in there as well. Out of sight. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it very much. Give it a good. Yeah, but you're 95%, man. And it's sick. It's just absolutely fantastic. So strong work. Thank you so much for sharing. I love it. Sorry, I jammed all over it. Thank you for allowing me to do so. But it's a great track, man. You should be very, I'm proud of you. You should be proud of yourself, but I'm proud of you. Okay. Moving right along. Out of Sight, you are up next, just to let everybody else know. After that, we have Tall, followed by Big Dream, followed by Tobias. Very, very good. So we're going to get through a couple of these. We are probably going to close queue. Actually, Super, let's go ahead and do that now. Last call for feedback. If anybody else is watching right now who wants to get a track in, drop it now. Exclamation point.
Traffic wants feedback on their song.
There you go, buddy. We got it. Traffic will close us out for the day. Anybody else who wants feedback, drop it now, and we will get to it. But other than that, we are going to start slowly descending from cruising altitude here, given all the travel speak. Okay. We have Out of Sight. What you got going on, my friend? You play piano. Very good. We love it. Working in FL, looking for feedback on mostly production. Bit of a work in progress, and I'm questioning the strings in particular. Well, let's see if we can help you make a decision. Sick. Oh, this is great, dude. This is not what I was expecting at all. I love it, though. No, it's great, man. A minor. Hang on, let me turn off all this insane reverb. A flat dominant. Come back here, Studio One. A flat dominant, G major 7. That is adorable and awesome. The strings, I think it's not as much about the sound of the string. I think strings have a place. They feel extremely unison right now. Like they are all... and they're also playing, is that what they're playing? They start on a B natural? It sounds like they're playing seconds the whole time. Which is a pretty challenging scale degree to lean into for that kind of a part. If I were to do strings like this on something, I would voice them as, just as the chords themselves. So I would just go like this. Right? Find a way to voice lead them a little bit more so that they're not so starkly leaning into that. Because that's a pretty... Like they're leaning into the extensions, but because the entire... shouldn't have done this just octaves. Yeah. Like I like that you're leaning into the extensions on the chords. But I would make that one color in the strings and not the entire color of the strings. Because I think that's what's making them feel a little bit... If it were a longer piece, they could maybe do that as for a moment. But I think that having them lean so hard into the ninth of each chord or the second of each chord is an aggressive choice. Other than that, I think the sax thing is cool. And the horn thing overall is cool. It's really busy. A lot of times contrast is always nice, right? Maybe this, it's almost like a Coltrane thing. Marimba could be a good switch for the horns. Yeah, you could even think about having a marimba do something like that and then have the horns do a slightly simplified take on the melody. Because right now it feels like we've dropped into a horn part that's in the middle of a solo. And it's just like a lot for the ear to kind of latch onto. It's well written and it's like outlining a lot of shapes that are really, really nice through the changes. But it is, it's a lot to try to grab onto all at once. The groove is really, really nice. I really, really like the groove. I love these changes. You should finish I know you're doing a tritone sub there, essentially off the 5, but you should let it go to the 5 at some point, I think. What? Or you could even continue the shape and go to C at some point, even if you keep the tritone sub. And then you could even go back up and do like a diminished. Go somewhere slightly different with it. Where would we go? Where would we go? Oh God, where does my ear want this to go? I can't figure it out. I'd have to sit here and think about it. But going to the 4 could be cool to break out of just that thing over and over again as well. And then there's an additional 2-5-1 in there. I'm not the best jazz guy in the world, so my ear wants something. I'd have to sit down and figure it out. But it's sick. And it's super fun. It is not at all what I was expecting to hear. But it's super neat. And I love that you're doing stuff in the style. This reminds me a lot of, I'll pull this up for you real quick, just for grins. There's a point and click game that I'm working on with some developers where we just did a whole casino level. That's a lot of stuff. Where's a good example here? In a very similar style. Let me go find the session. Sales pitch is pretty fun. Where I'm just like, I'm leaning into a ton of jazz vocabulary and a ton of like MIDI horn stuff. I also just love, I love how it loops around. That I took myself by surprise when I finished writing it. But yeah, so I kind of love, I love stuff like this. Church drumming. Yeah, see, this is what I'm talking about. When you think about drum programming from the perspective of a drummer, excellent. Welcome to the Discord, Out of Sight. Thank you so much. And thanks again for that sub, man. It's so kind of you. It really takes your drum programming up a notch to just make it feel that much tighter. But anyways, really, really nice stuff out of sight. I love it. I think it's awesome. And keep developing it, build it out into a whole thing. I hope, I hope that some of those were useful in one way or another to you. I had a buddy who was supposed to tour with Sleep Token last year, but they wanted him to sign an NDA that he would never tell anyone that he toured with Sleep Token, including being on the tour and including like his family. And he was like, I cannot disappear from the earth for 6 weeks to tour with you guys and just not tell anyone where I'm going. That would be really bad. So he turned it down. Apparently did not pay as well as one might think for a tour like that, which funnily enough, that's kind of why I got out of the whole live and touring game. I got to know some people who work at that level. I have quite a few friends actually who tour with huge artists, and it does not, some artists pay really, really well, but like, it's not what you think it would. You think you're going out with some, A-lister and you're making thousands of dollars a show. It's like, no, you make like $300. Just like I do, $500 a show, just like I do when I play weddings. So it's like, Yes, they wanted him to sign an NDA that forbade him from telling anyone ever. So he was expected to be like, hey, everybody, I'm leaving for 6 weeks. I can't tell you where I'm going. I can't tell you what I'm doing. I can't tell you who I'm going to be with. I can't tell you where I'm going to be. I'm just going to be gone for a month and a half. Yeah, it was a thing. You can skip me for some new folks. I mean, I'll allow it because I know we have a couple of other new peeps in here. We'll get to you, Tal. Don't worry. But I appreciate that very much. Let's give some of our new friends here love. Hey, Big Dream. Working in FL, recorded and mixed it. Okay, great.
Listen, distribute the bread according to who doing work. You lay in the bed talking about what you deserve. The only thing deserved is what you earn, my nigga. You want a funeral procession or a urn, my nigga? Well, you better start investing in the people with your best interest. The ones who actually show their
great groove.
Face instead of texting it. Money abundant in my life, I'm not impressed by it. I think around every time I ride through the west side. My life is evolving and I'm embracing it. I'm tackling my diet and going to war with complacency. I'm dropping music hastily and watching the tables turn. I beg for their attention now, they the ones chasing me. I used to ask for features, I was constantly reaching. On the same team, they treated me like I was in the bleachers. I stopped that shit so hard the tires started screeching. Tired of trying to collaborate, now I see I ain't need them. I ain't do this shit alone, but I did it for sure. I ain't losing money if I split it with the bros. Uber Eats.
This is Big Dream. I think he has not chimed in chat in a few minutes, but it looks like he's still in here.
Trying to get a meal on the road, putting on for my family until the curtains close. We in the same city, not the same living, no. 5 digits let me know we got a different code. 5 digits let me know we got a different code. 5 digits let me know you niggas different. I focus on the words, not the flow and vocal inflections. Not giving you the truth, I'm just giving you my.
This was excellent, man.
People really lost and they come to me for direction. In truth, I'm lost too, but I'm doing my best to help you. Relationship advice, you say Janine got the right plan. Niggas ain't working for you, baby, get you a white man. If men ain't working for you, go and hold you a dyke hand. You tired of Coca-Cola, go and get you a Sprite can. The truth of the matter is, there's no difference in you and I. The path we end up walking is a decision that you decide. I'm going Showtime and you going OnlyFans. You say you don't want a man, I want me a bride. I spend my days writing raps and doing lift on the side. He spend his days at gas stations selling nickels and dimes. Some niggas scam off a chime, some bitches dental hygienists. How you decide to make your shillings is between you and God. I ain't do this shit alone, but I did it for sure. I ain't losing money if I split it with the bros. Uber Eats, I'm trying to get a meal on the road. Putting on for my family until the curse close. We in the same city, not the same living, no. 5 digits let me know we got a different code. 5 digits let me know we got a different code. 5 digits let me know you niggas different.
Waiting for a big smile out of you.
Dude. What a great... Okay. I have so many things to say. First of all, phenomenal job. This is a fucking great track. Your flow is exceptionally tight. In so far as it is loose but groovy as hell. We're a couple of things here. First of all, mastering. Somebody mentioned mastering. I do think it could be mastered a little tighter. I'm happy to talk about that. I actually talk about mastering a lot around here. It's a very popular topic. And if you stick around, I'd be happy to tell you more about it at some point, some general pointers to get you started in that direction of learning how to do a little bit of that and get things really to kind of industry standard spec, because it's something we talk about a lot. In terms of the mix, I think the mix overall is good. The kick is thumping. The snare is clear. I can hear your vocals really, really, really clearly, which is great. I do feel like the vocals could be a couple clicks louder, and I feel like you could compress your vocals a little bit more. They feel really natural right now, which is cool, but I do feel like just for this style, a little bit more compression, a little more aggressive compression on the vocals could be good. What mic did you use to record the vocals here? Yeah, tighten them up, exactly. Because I'm also wondering how far away from your mic you were when you recorded them. It may just be the lack of compression, but getting right on top of your mic when you're doing vocals like this is a good idea. You want to be 2 or 3 inches off. You may already know that, and you may have already done that. I just thought I would mention it because sometimes if you back way off and you're recording more out here, it gets more kind of a room sound, and your vocals sound Blue. Hey, Blue makes great mics. It can get you less of a like direct. You weren't close to it. Yeah. So I would recommend, if you don't have a pop filter or screen of some kind, like what I've got here, this foam thing or one of those pop filters, you can honestly make one, borrow, pantyhose from a lady friend and, wrap that around the end of your mic. Or, you can even use a sock. Absolutely. Like a thinner, like an athletic sock or something like that. Just put it over your mic. And then that'll let you get really, really close up on the mic, and you get that really tight in your face, intimate sound. And it also helps the low end of your voice. There's what we call the proximity effect with microphones, where the closer you get to them, the more exaggerated the bass response becomes. And it pulls out more richness and more like low end and fullness in your voice. So I would recommend, a clean sock. Absolutely. I would do that, and that'll bring your vocals up a notch for sure. Other than that, a couple of people have talked about delays in chat. I would say, like the delays in the vocal production mixing, it's all very cool. Good point, Hey Core, absolutely. I do think those delays could maybe be a little wider. I think they're good volume-wise, personally. It's just a nice, subtle flavor in there. But yeah, like vocal up a little bit, a little more compressed. Next time you record something, I don't think you need to worry about redoing this because your performance is fantastic. Just be tied up on the mic a little bit more, and you'll be amazed at how good it makes you sound. My other question for you is, I am personally working on some live looping stuff for my stream, and I have a couple of beat ideas that I would love to get a rap for, very much in this style. I love your messaging. I love your flow. If you want to jump in the Discord and hit me up, I would love to chat with you. I'm just saying. Because I have been wanting to, what's up, Crook? Jesus. How's it going, man? Jump in the Discord and shoot me a DM just so we can connect. It's kind of a back burner thing for me right now, so it's not like super super imminent, but like you've got a great voice, man, and your flow is really natural. It reminds me a lot of like the new Jabez stuff with like Size Star and Fat John and like all those guys. It's great. It's great. So yeah, mastering is a topic unto itself, but that's, just something to kind of be aware of and start thinking about. In this mix particular, vocals up a little more compression. And next time you record, sing closer to the mic. And then that's pretty much what I've got for you. And then, yeah, maybe like, I don't know if to say more or less of the vocal delays, but just like wider and maybe a little brighter could be nice on those, on the like the delays and the production out in there. And even getting a little more like creative with like, it sounds like you've just got a delay running. Like having some doubling on certain words is always really cool. That's like spread out wide. Having some call and response kind of ad libs is always a nice touch. Just leaning a little bit more into creative vocal production could be cool. But anyways, thank you very much for sharing, man. It's a great track. I think everyone in chat loved it. And yeah, get in touch because you're very good. And I appreciate you swinging by. And I appreciate you sharing. So thank you. Okay, we're going to keep clipping here. We got a couple more. Tobias, do we have thank you, man. A big preach. Do we have Tobias in chat here with us? Because you, my friend, your number is up. We'll wait to make sure Tobias is tuned in. Yeah, right. It's just what Brave is opening to right now. I don't know what the hell it's about. It's me. Hello. Greetings. What you got going on, my friend? You play piano. Very good. Ableton. Feedback on pretty much everything. Okay. I love it. Drum and bass. Oh, no. Now I'm excited. Good God. That's terrifying, Otripik. Absolutely, Tal. Yeah. So as everyone is saying, Tobias, first of all, it's lovely. It's really, really nice. It's got a great, like, laid back kind of liquidy, really open vibe to it, which I adore. A really nice mid, like this is literally just a Fender Rhodes, like EP sound through a nice big delay. That's kind of what I would do with it. Something in this register. Like some closer, denser chords. Would be really nice. Those are just both minor 9 voicings. And then, right? I think I should introduce piano on the second drop. I mean, my main... I think so, yeah. I think so. I think that would be good. I like all of the ear candy stuff that you have going on in there already. Like, there's a lot of really nice synth layers and stuff. The main thing that I want from this is just in terms of the mix, your drums are popping, super present, super bright. Literally everything else in the mix, bring it up like 6 dB, and then compress more on your master, I think would really get you a lot here. It just feels like everything else is really, oh, no worries, Big Dream. Here, I will DM you. You'll see a little thing pop up in your Discord that's like a friend request from me. I will DM you. But thank you for jumping in there, man. I appreciate it. It's a cool little community we got there. There's a bunch of like beat makers and, different people. But yeah, bringing all the other elements up in your mix and then compressing on your master bus just a little bit more, I think will do wonders for you. Just in terms of the track feeling a little bit fuller and a little bit richer. Nothing on the master bus. Okay, yeah, for sure. That makes perfect sense. And I would, even with that being the case, I would still bring everything else up in the mix globally, just all the non-drum elements up a little bit. Your drums sound fantastic, though. They're really punchy. They're really crisp, really detailed and tight sounding, which I love. And then the other thing I was going to say... I want something to change a little bit more towards in the second drop in the drums. I don't know if it's like a ride cymbal, maybe not a ride that comes in, but just something, because it feels really similar. Like jumping from here to here. Those drum grooves feel almost identical to me. And it's a really good groove. It's really well programmed. But I would either take something out or a couple somethings out of the groove before the first drop and have like just like 8 notes on your hi-hat sound or something like that. And then gradually introduce those top elements as the track goes along. Because ideally you want your second drop to always feel like a payoff, right? And like, oh, we've been on a journey and we've been going different places and now we've arrived at our destination, right? And right now we kind of arrive at our destination right here. And then by the time we get back here, we may have added a couple of synths. Yeah, like you've added that celeste kind of sound. But it feels like we're kind of in the same place, right? We haven't gone anywhere new. And I love it when second drops in like, that last 20-30% of a tune feels like, oh man, this is what a huge payoff. Like we've really arrived somewhere. Drums more quiet in the intro? No. This was kind of a trippy fake out for me. Because with that, I would expect the drums to come back in fully here. And they still wait another 4 bars. Or 8 bars. So I would either just maybe shorten that fake out a little bit by 4 bars, cut it in half. Or like don't bring your kick and your snare in there is another thing that you could do. Have just the topper and hi-hat come in and then like delay out over that. So that it's less of a like, because once you drop a full groove like that, people start going, They start bopping. And then when it just goes away, they're like, wait a second. What? What happened? So that can be a cool effect. But you'd want to be very careful with it because it can definitely like make people be like, wait, I'm confused. What happened? So I don't think it's as much a volume thing. I think it's more of a just like flow thing. But very, very, very nice track. Overall, I think it's a great starting point. Yeah. Instruments up, mid density, somewhere in there. Payoff at the end, either like take away some topper stuff earlier on and then have it come back or add something over that last section and then just massage that first little fake out half drop a little bit. And I think it'll be in excellent shape. But lovely job. Great drum sounds again. Really nice arrangement overall. Really nice flow overall. Yeah. Thank you for sharing, man. I appreciate it. I very much appreciate it. Okay. We've got 2 more here. We're going to move on to Otrapic, and then we will close out with Tau. Oh, what happened? Oh, Jacob, thank you so much for the follow, man. I really, really appreciate it. Oh God, I'm scared. Don't be, buddy. Don't you ever be scared. Let's see what you got going on. Oh, nope, it's terrible. I hate it. Get out, Otrapic. GTFO.
He's headed south, stifled by his stagnant brow. A man with nothing to offer conceals his shame. Unfurled the thread of doubt, wanted till his legs give out. And yet he's destined to ponder if he's to blame.
All vocals will be re-recorded. I would love some feedback on the mix. It sounds quite muddy right now. I would also love to hear some thoughts on the overall arrangement. The last section will likely be scrapped. Okay, very cool. Good to know. Immediately, it gives me like Kishibashi vibes, which is very cool. How much of this did you like fully record yourself? Like string? Is it string libraries? Is it your guitar playing? It is quiet. It's not, I think, fully like mastered or anything yet. It is a little quiet, but that's okay.
So you think you can stop me?
Okay, very cool.
No, take it, forget it. I'm hoping I learned a lesson. It all just sounds so pathetic. So you think you can stop me now? Take it, forget it. I hope you know how I meant it. When I said
7, that's what's going on.
that I don't wanna see your face.
back straight, I don't mean to sound so cynical. Living in my head seemed comfortable, but now I think I'm over dramatic. If this is gonna kill me, then why does it seem so rational? Maybe I'm paranoid, just trying to get it out. I'm madly inclined to forget it. Say you've done it again, you've constructed a false image out of pieces of memories that it came to me in a dream, you were sitting there.
My God, my husband would love this. I love it too. It's giving Kishibashi. It's giving like Passion Pit. It's giving Mr. Wives. It's giving like all. I actually love this section at the end here, Ochbek. Yeah. Totally, Tal. Ochbek, don't you ever be scared to share this with anyone ever again. This is awesome. There's definitely, the mix. Yes, I would agree is muddy. And there's a lot of just like general mix stuff in there that can be worked on for sure. That does not change the fact that it's a really cool song. And your production ideas are super interesting. I would, I'm trying to think of the best way to approach this. It's super creative. The grooves are really, really great. Your vocals and your lyrics, I can tell, are awesome. The arrangement is super quirky, but it works. And to be honest with you, like I'm not, if you don't have a lot of experience mixing, I am not surprised that it's being a little challenging for you because you are trying to make, like, this is a very challenging kind of a song to mix. You have a lot of very diverse different you have synth stuff, you have organic stuff, you have really papery textural gentle strings, and then you've got belty vocals, then you've got Lindrum, and then you've got like you've got a bunch of different stuff. So here's what I would say. My suggestion to you, and at the risk of sounding a bit shameless or self-serving, I would love to mix this track either for you or with you. If you have the bandwidth for that or something, I would encourage you to reach out to me on Discord and we can chat about it. As I keep saying, I'm a lot more affordable than people will think I am, but I think it would be a great opportunity, either if we did it one-on-one off stream or if we did it on stream and you could watch. I think you would learn the most by watching somebody who knows more of, of how to work with all these different kinds of elements, put a track like this together, because it's very intricate. But Tal, yeah, focus on what you want or like the most, or think what should be the focus at each point in the song. Yes, that's exactly what I was going to say. So Ochbek, barring that, because I can show you all this stuff if I had the track in front of me, because there's a lot, like, to give me like what could be done in the mix. A lot of different small things could be done in the mix, like high passing lots of elements. And this was the other half of it, is like, barring us working on it together, Tal's thoughts there are dead on and exactly what I was going to say, which is basically you want to look at each element of your mix as if it is a character in your show, or even better, I would say, as an ingredient in a recipe. And so when you have a lot of this is kind of like a crazy Asian fusion sort of Vietnamese taco situation, that what we've got going on with this track, where there's a lot of different interesting flavors and they all work really well together, but they're all very different. And when you're cooking, if you just start dumping all of every ingredient into a bowl, it's gonna come out very muddy. It's not gonna come out what you the way that you want it to come out. And so thinking of each individual ingredient in your mix, each individual element in your mix as having a place, having a role, having a distinct sonic identity and kind of a problem it's trying to solve, its little line in the dialogue that it's trying to give that tells the overall story of your song is really powerful. And being like, cool, who is coming in and why and how? I think focusing on balance and volume is a good starting point. And then I think after that, EQ and then image. Is this a piece of ear candy that should be up top in the mix, really bright and sparkly and pushed out to the sides? Or is this a core component of this section? You know what, like that kind of thinking, because that'll help you make a lot of decisions on how to EQ and how to balance it, where to put it in the balance and where to put it in your stereo field between, your left and your right. And understanding that not every single sound needs to be full spectrum. It is okay to put a high pass filter on something very aggressively even and really thin it out and really make it a small texture because it's serving the greater whole of this dish that we're cooking, right? Or making something really dark or making something extremely mono or making something extremely wide. Those are all valid answers. And there's no, there's no rules saying you can't do any of that. And I have found when mixing more intricate stuff like this, yeah, absolutely, Tal. It's good. Like a small EQ example could be putting a low pass filter on something after it's already been in strong for a while and then pan it somewhere. Sure, having a guitar that's really up front for the verses and it continues into the choruses, but drop it down and push it out to the sides, that kind of stuff. Just thinking through your mix and going, why is everyone here? What are all of these elements doing? What are all of these ingredients bringing to the table? Because when you start to think of it like that, then you start to really craft a mix that makes a lot of sense and that feels like a very cohesive end product. Because like for me to sit down and like go, like it would be easier and more productive if I had the tracks that I could show you stuff. Because it's just a lot of like, yeah, drums could be a little bit louder, guitars could be a little wider and a little less low end in the guitar. Like it's all small tweaks that add up to a bigger thing. So I would say that all of those things in general are just good ideas to think about how to mix stuff like this. But then barring that, if you're wanting to and you have the bandwidth, I would encourage you to reach out. I would love to chat with you if there's a way I can help. Again, either mix it for you or mix it with you, or at least like show you what I would do with it. Because it's a really cool track. I love, my husband loves stuff like this. So yeah, well, ping me on Discord and we can chat about it because I want to. I would love to, if that's something you're interested in doing. I full transparency, I can't do it for free, but I would be happy to work with you on it. So, but thank you very much for sharing. See, that wasn't so spooky, was it? It's a great, very, very cool track, man. I love it. You have a really cool voice too. Especially at the end when you really started like belting and leaning into your upper register, your voice sounds really nice in that range. Really, really cool and impressive. So, thank you for sharing, man. I'm so glad. I'm so very glad. No anxiety is allowed in my chat ever. Okay. Last feedback for today, guys, and then we are going to get out of here. This is from Tal, closing us out. I think this is, you shared this the other day, I think, Tal. Is this a new revision on the mix? Or did you not? Maybe I saw you share this one on Proto's stream. I can't remember. Okay. Yeah, I saw you. Yeah, you submitted this one to the beta, and it did well, as well it should. I voted for you. Oh, bummer. I'm sorry.
Where you been? I've got the feeling that I might not stay here long. Maybe call my
I was just going to say that. It's got closing time vibes to it.
I'm not sure if you're the only one. 'Cause sometimes it feels the same as I thought. So I liked it better when I danced. The music that speak louder on my headphones, and I just wish I had a chance to say goodbye. Where you been? I've got the feeling that I might not stay here long. Maybe call my bluff. I'm not sure if you're the only one. 'Cause sometimes it feels the same as I thought. So I liked it better when we danced to music that speaks louder through my headphones, and I just wish I had a chance. It's all the same as always, my body feels like shit. I left the words unspoken, so you can call me later after I walk home alone. It's not so complicated at all, no, at all. I like it better when we dance.
Excellent. That's killer, man. That's a great sounding mix. It's a very me mix, funnily enough. That's like, because you've got like the drums are like a little ratty on the percussion or on the compression, but in like a great way. It's great, and it's a great song.
Maybe call my bluff.
Yeah, like just a little trashy, but like just just the right amount.
I'm not sure if you're the only one.
I don't think the snare sounds pathetic at all. I think it sounds nice and tight and punchy and up front.
Sometimes it feels the
I mean, not quite up front, but it sits beautifully.
same as I thought. So no, at all.
I love that vocal delay right there. I don't know if that's I would imagine it's a delay. Little bongos. It's great, man. It sounds awesome. I wouldn't change a thing. I really wouldn't. Yeah, it's really full. It's really clean. Everything's really lots of bouncing delays. Yeah, the bongos are vibey, 100%. Yeah, no thoughts, man. 5 out of 5, 10 gold stars. Amazing job. Perfect way to end stream. Okay, guys. What a hell of a stream. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. We're going to raid out into... I just found somebody new. I was kind of looking here in the background. Bracken Music looks interesting. These guys look cool. They're working on some kind of a track. So we're going to raid out into them. But I will do my closing spiel stuff. Thank you guys again. This was a great time. So many great tracks from everybody. I absolutely loved it. We're going to start doing feedback every Monday now. I mean, we still do it at the beginning of every stream. But yeah, we're going to start doing it on Mondays because Mondays just are better attended. And, you know, it's good. We've capped out at like 20 people today. So that's great. But yeah, we're live every Monday through Friday, starting at 2 p.m. Eastern time. And get the Discord, Discord will get you an invite. We can hang out in there, all the good stuff. Thank you guys again. I appreciate the subs. Big follow-out to new followers. Jacob Fox, Out of Sight, big ups for the sub. Savage, Rafter for the sub. Thank you so much. Big Dream, Out of Sight. There's your follow. Thank you, Tell, for the sub. Thank you, Super, for the bits. Tenna Music, Hunter Music, Rally OST, Cakes. Oh, dude, thank you so much, Out of Sight. You're too kind. You're too kind. Andy Loudpack, DeLeono. A whole bunch of new friends in here today. Thanks, Ultrapick. I appreciate it, man. All right, let's go raid. Let's go raid this Bracken Music cat, shall we? It looks very cool. They're doing something. Let me make sure I spelled that right. And then we will see you guys again tomorrow. So I hope you guys have a great night, evening, afternoon, morning, whatever it is, wherever you're at. Let's get the raid going, and we will be back and see you guys tomorrow. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thanks, guys. Bye.